Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
order this evening for open session. Board meeting on Tuesday, January 16th, 2024 at, was it 6:09? Tonight we have Maritza Ramos and Vivian that'll be saying the Pledge of Allegiance. If we can have you come up, that'd be great. Is Vivian not here?
She is. She's a little shy.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Abney, that's one of your students. Good evening, everyone. Please stand for a Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We'll have her take it. All right, so the board took action today on a 5-0 vote to approve a settlement agreement with student number 747281 in the amount not to exceed $99,050 during closed session today. Tonight we have Ariana Zavala, Director of the Big Brothers and Big Sisters of Orange County here to do a presentation for a program with FSD.
Hello, can you guys hear me? Yeah? Well, thank you guys for having me. It's nice to be back. I actually took on this presentation last year, so I do recognize a couple familiar faces with the board members. It looks like you guys did some renovations in here. It looks really nice. But yes, my name is Ariana Zavala. I'm Director of Community-Based Programs for Big Brothers, Big Sisters. And on behalf of all of our staff, board members, our mentors, and children that we serve, we just want to express our deepest appreciation for your guys' support and being a partner of our organization and the work that we do. January honors National Mentoring Month as a season to acknowledge those dedicating time as mentors to young people, amplifying their voices and reminding our community that they too can pay it forward to the next generation. Big Brothers, Big Sisters is all about mentorship, and while we have been around for about 65 years, in the last 10 years we have worked with and served about 6,000 youth in this particular community alone. While a lot of you might know what mentorship means, I'd like to share with you guys what it means and what we do at Big Brothers Big Sisters. Our type of mentorship is Jedi focused, meaning that we are about justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion. We are one-to-one, volunteer driven, and youth centered. Our mentoring programs are proven to help our kids on a clear path to success by breaking social barriers, closing opportunity gaps, and developing the future workforce by helping them overcome lots of adversities like poverty, homelessness, mental health challenges, and everything else that our young kids encounter nowadays. We have 4 driving outcomes such as social capital, connectedness, social, emotional, and mental health, education, career success, positive behaviors, and lots of other choices. And what we do works. We see that 98% of the students involved in our program graduate high school on time. About 40 to 50% of them are the first in their family to earn a diploma, and 67% of our youth are the first in their family to attend college. We aspire to create more caring and connected communities and driving tangible results back to Fullerton. In honor of National Mentorship Month, I would like to invite our esteemed officials, council members, board members, the audience here, and anyone watching to be a mentor with us. With the impact that we have at Big Brothers Big Sisters, could you imagine if we could mentor every single child in the 4th grade here in the city of Fullerton? Think about the effect that would have. Stronger communities, thanks to the results of our mentors. When the community gives back, we have stronger communities, our youth feel supported and reach their full potential. Thank you again for being partners and champions of mentorship and our organization, and happy National Mentorship Month to everyone here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Awesome. Do you have a superintendent's report?
Just to say Happy New Year to everybody. We appreciate seeing you, we appreciate your engagement, and we appreciate all the good stuff that you do. I hope you had a really good and happy holidays, that you hopefully had some time with your family. It's good to see everybody. Welcome back.
Awesome, thank you. Information for the board? Do you want to, I'll start from my left to right, maybe?
Okay. Good evening, everyone. I wanted to bring up the fact that this month, January, is also Human Trafficking Prevention Month. So, human trafficking is a global human rights violation that affects up to 40 million people around the globe. And here in Orange County, it also affects us. And we have the Orange County Human Trafficking Task Force in the last year helped 420 people who were discovered as victims of human trafficking here in Orange County. 36% of them were children under the age of 18. They are primarily sold in commercial sexual exploitation. But human trafficking is not just about sexual exploitation, it's also about labor exploitation and abuse. There are more people enslaved in labor trafficking around the globe than sexual exploitation. And many of the products that we consume, even here in Orange County, are grown or made or produced by people who are enslaved. So we can do a lot through the learning where we buy, what we buy, and where it comes from. We can look at the ways that we are part of forced labor, unsafe, unfair working conditions where there's little to no pay without freedom to leave, or where physical force or threat of an unfair debt or even fear of deportation keep people enslaved in working conditions. So I'm really proud that our district has taken this issue very seriously and is doing a lot to address this challenge. We are working on addressing the social, emotional, and mental health needs of all of our kids, which is a huge, important factor that contributes to children's vulnerability. We are meeting the physical and emotional and academic needs of some of our most vulnerable kids, including those who are in foster care or experiencing homelessness. In our initiatives this year around digital safety and well-being, we know are very important, because right now the #1 place where children are recruited and often sold for commercial sexual exploitation is online. And we have specific lessons for our older children where we are teaching about the harms as well as ways that they can keep themselves safe. So while there is still a lot more we can do, I'm really excited about the work we have made and continue to dig in as we address this issue this year. I wanted to say I celebrate that Maple has a new fence up on the corner of Valencia and Lemon. I saw that as I was driving around town, and I'm excited that that will keep our students safe. So thank you, Rob and Scott, for the efforts you've made to increase our safety of our kids there. And, I know tonight we're going to be talking a lot about student achievement, and as it's reflected in the test scores, we're going to be looking and digging into that data. And I just want to start off our meeting by recognizing that learning and growth happens with our students, and it cannot always be fully measured in tests, right? They're simply a reflection of a moment in time, how a kid shows up that day, a tiny slice of all that our teachers and our staff and our bus drivers and our counselors, all that our people have poured into our kids, and the growth that happens in the classroom and on the campus over the year. So we know that our kids come from various places. They're starting at different points, and we will see tonight that there are social inequalities, barriers like poverty and trauma, racial bias that absolutely affect our kids' abilities to perform on these standardized tests. And they don't fully measure the strengths and the assets that these kids bring every day. So I want to just say to our teachers, because there are a lot of us today, our teachers, our staff, our RTI coaches, our counselors, our playground staff, our bus drivers, that we appreciate what you all do every day. And sometimes that shows up in test scores and sometimes it doesn't. But we want to acknowledge and appreciate what you're doing every day for our kids, our students. And I know that that's the approach that we have when we look at the test scores that we're going to look at tonight. I know I talked to Dr. Bob and Dr. Brown this morning about this. that this is meant to be a launching place for us to say, how do we continue to improve? How do we grow? How do we support our teachers and our staff to make sure our students are continuing to improve and that we're meeting their needs to read and write and do math and support it on the way? So I hope that helps set the tone for the conversations we're going to have today, and we appreciate you guys.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Hatchett. Trustee Sugarman?
First of all, my goodness, it's so nice to see the blue and the red tonight. Welcome. I wish you'd come every meeting. That's just so heartwarming that you're here. Thank you. And I echo thank you for all you do, because without you, there is no school district and there is no place for children, the safest place they can be in any given day. So it's wonderful. Speaking of safe place and adding on to what has already been said, I'm very proud of our esteemed teams that have jumped on issues of signs unambiguous signs on life standards, offering jobs if you phone a certain number, and that's one way that human traffickers sometimes grab on to young people when they answer those phone calls, and that our district is going to be offering classes next week and be all over this, and they've contacted the police. I'm just really proud, because some places people would say, isn't that dumb, and not even think about it. So good job and good leadership, Dr. Pletka.
Ruthie, I think, spotted it
Was the
someplace.
first to spot it. Okay.
It was my daughter.
Yes, I want to welcome everybody back, not to a new school year, but to a fresh year, 2024. I can't believe it's already here, and that we have to start remembering to write that on our checks and our reports, because some of the things that are coming in, it's sort of funny. They'll tell you to do something on the 23rd of something, 2023, and it's long gone. Okay, here's for the future though, because you all want to know this, you all want to share this. Last month, quite a few of you received thousands of dollars from the Fullerton Education Foundation for your classrooms and your students. That money was made through two ways. One, that the specific money given last month was for grants that teachers requested to do special things for their students. And it's an honor for the Education Foundation to give that money to teachers to have opportunities. And the other is, we started a program this year where teachers who want something special can go online, put out the offer out there, and for every dollar they raise, up to $500, the foundation will match it. And that's really wonderful, because it gives you personal pride in making things better in your own classroom. But where does this magical money come from, you all wonder? It comes from fundraising, of course. You're not surprised. So I want to throw out there that on Monday, April the 8th, those of you who know people who play golf, there will be a golf tournament at Alta Vista Country Club. There'll be a dinner after, and it's going to be our third annual golf tournament. And that money will immediately be placed into grants for teachers. So we're really excited, and we really would like to sell out this year. Last year, we still had 30 places left when the tournament started. Boo-hoo! We need 30 more golfers this year. So if you know people who play golf and can come, we welcome them. They don't have to be in a group of 4. We'll take anybody. You can take one. Men, women. Of course we give trophies, you know that. And it's just a really fun day. So remember that, April the 8th, and we look forward to having more money to support our staff. Have a wonderful 2024 end of this year. Thank you for everything.
Yeah, thank you, Trustee Sugarman. Trustee Takor?
Yes, of course. Happy New Year. It's so exciting to see everybody here. I'm looking forward to an eventful, exciting year. I feel like last year was one of the most exciting. This year we should be bringing even some new infrastructure online, so there's lots to look forward to. Congratulations to our board president, Talavera, his first meeting. I wish you a very smooth year. I always say that Fullerton School District is the heart and soul of our community. I was raised in this district, and my sons are also being raised in this district. So there's nothing but love for the meaning of what our district brings to our community. So I'm just very excited to see everyone. And on that note, happy birthday to my 5th grade teacher, Greg Bach. I don't think he's listening, but yeah, thank you.
Trustee Berryman?
Thank you. I also want to welcome everyone back and thank you guys all for what you do for our children every single day. I ditto everything that's happened down there and what they've said. It's always nice to be last because you get to say, I agree with whatever they said, and it makes my job so much easier. I would like to know, and I think, is Ariana still here, Boys and Girls Club? Or how many students are we mentoring right now? Or are you mentoring with Big Brothers and Big Sisters?
So in the community-based program, we have about 608 active matches.
Here in Fullerton?
Oh, in
Yes,
Fullerton? I
yeah.
don't know that
Okay,
number
okay.
off the top of my head currently.
But Orange County? 600.
Yes, all of Orange County, and then we have site-based programs, and I believe we do have some of those at our Fullerton the Fullerton schools. But
Okay.
I apologize, I
Oh,
should
no.
have probably looked that up.
Oh, no,
before.
that's okay. Sorry to put you on the spot.
No,
but
you're-
it's
you're
very
fine.
interesting. I think your plea to the community to talk about how making a difference in a young person's life, adults make a difference. When we talk about trauma, we talk about what our kids are going through. A relationship with an adult makes a huge difference in every child's life. And so whatever little thing you can do, and teachers do it on a daily basis, staff do it on a daily basis, everyone here does it on a daily basis, but just making sure that our kids know that they're appreciated, that they're loved, that there's someone there that really looks forward to seeing them when they come in the morning. I'm so happy to see you. Make sure that they are being acknowledged. Those things that really matter. So thank you for all the work that you do, and thank you for presenting today. So I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Again, welcome back to everybody, and I think I'm going to be done. So that's it.
So I get to wrap things up a little bit here. So also welcome everyone back. Happy New Year. Hopefully people had an amazing time with their time off. I wanted to highlight a little bit of the things that I kind of saw before I went on holiday break or on winter break. Attended Hermosa's Drive's Lion King performance. It was super amazing to see, again, the kids being out there performing, finding their niche and doing something different, public speaking, which was always something that terrified me. Not so much terrified now because I feel all the love and the warmth that everyone's providing here. The heater doesn't have to be cranked up, and so we're saving on some energy costs there. And then also attending their Holiday Around the World event, which was super amazing to see kind of the community come together and bring joyful energy, and seeing everyone. A little rainy that day, I remember. But yeah, just seeing the community come together out there that day, it was super amazing to see FSD again being the heart and the soul of our city. I think is just really great to see. And then also attended Woodcrest's holiday performance, where I got to see a TK and K teachers do an amazing job of a duo, singing and dancing duo. I was like, whoa. Parents were amazed to see, yes, the talent that we have, not just teaching our kids, but performing for our kids and seeing hey, if your teacher's doing this, it's something that you can kind of live up to. So it's just, again, that role model, that mentorship, kind of seeing it in different ways and aspects. So just wanted to highlight a little bit of that, which was before the break, but then coming back. Hopefully people are energized and ready to kind of tackle on 2024. The second half of the school year. So I want to welcome everyone here today. So with that, we're going to go into informations from our associations. DLAC.
I will be reading on behalf of DLAC tonight, President Talavera.
Awesome, thank you.
Good evening, President Talavera, school board members, executive cabinet, Superintendent Dr. Pleka, and all families present and listening. Happy New Year to everyone, and congratulations, President Talavera. DLAC looks forward to working with you in your new position and invites you to our next meeting on February 16th at 9 a.m. at Hermosa Drive. Thank you, Fullerton School District, for your continued support in meeting all of our children's needs. Sincerely, Vanessa Estrella, DLAC President.
Awesome. Do we have a report from PTA?
We do not have a report from PTA tonight.
CSCA?
Good evening. I can see above everybody over here. Good evening, President Talavera, Dr. Pletka, School Board, and Cabinet. I'm Tanya Bulek, representing CSEA. Welcome back, and I hope everybody had an opportunity to relax and spend some quality time with their loved ones. CSEA would like to update you on the donations we received to support 3 FSD families for the holidays. FSD Chapter 130 donated $3,600 directly. Additional donations from FSD staff totaled $655. CSEA also partnered with Golden State Foods Foundation, who generously donated $750 in grocery store gift cards, as well as $350 spent in purchasing blankets, jackets, and personal necessities donated to our families. An additional donation of gift cards totaling $125 were donated by Cher Williamson. CSEA is truly thankful for the support we are able to provide and help these 3 families during the holiday season. We would also like to congratulate all the playground supervisors for completing their training provided to them and earning their pins. Playground supervisors are vital to supporting our students in the most unstructured part of their day. Congratulations to you all. CSEA is also still in the process of negotiations with the district. We continue to value our working relationship and look forward to an agreement that satisfies all parties. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Report from FATA. Darlene.
I'm glad you found your happy place, President Talavera, with public speaking, because it still is my worst fear every time I get up. But good evening, President Talavera, members of the board, Dr. Pletka, cabinet, guests, bus drivers, teachers. Happy New Year. We're looking forward to a great one. We would like to recognize our board members during Board Appreciation Month with the cards and tea that were left at your spots. We were all saddened to hear about the loss of one of our incredible teachers. At our rep council last Thursday, a motion was made and passed unanimously to make a donation to all the arts in the memory of Kelly Edwards. We continue to have her family in our thoughts and prayers. There's lots of red in the room tonight, as along with blue. We should have coordinated. These are just some of our amazing special ed, general ed teachers, nurses, speech pathologists, and counselors. We just wanted to show you that it is not just me, the bargaining team, or the behavior team that is voicing questions and concerns. We also wanted to get them to know that you could come to the board meeting in person and not just live stream it like some of them have been doing. FETA represents all of our members with issues that include challenging behaviors, keeping our salaries at the top of the elementary school districts in Orange County, and the need to support and retain our amazing teachers. We are united in these thoughts and others that we have brought to you through both the PAL process and in our negotiations. Those of us who attended the PD on January 8th appreciated the ability to voice what we feel needs to be heard. I was proud to hear those brave, sincere voices. FSD teachers do connect, do care, do make relationships, and do update their strategies to better serve all of our students. Our desire, along with yours, is to have all the students succeed. However, to have this success, we also need support from you, whether it be with more support in the classroom or with streamlining the work that has crept up and overflowed our plates. As always, we are here to work together to make FSD one of the best districts in Orange County. Thank you.
Just want to take a moment to thank our 2 presidents. Have a big round of applause for both presidents.
Thank you so much. Report from FESMA.
I will be reading on behalf of FESMA tonight. Hello, President Talavera, board members, Dr. Pletka, and cabinet members. I am Mike McAdam, Director of Purchasing, Contract, Warehouse, and Reprographics, and FESMA Board President. Happy New Year. As we embark on this journey into 2024, I want to extend a warm welcome to each and every one of you. The start of a new year brings with it a renewed sense of hope, opportunity, and excitement. As we step into the new year, let's embrace the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead. Our mission remains clear: to provide unwavering support to all of our students, ensuring they have the tools and encouragement needed to excel in their academic endeavors, not only in school, but life. We are excited for our Every Student Succeeding event on Thursday, January 25th, 4:30 to 6 at Ladera Vista. The purpose of this award is to honor students who have succeeded against all odds, beyond expectations, or simply won the hearts of the site teams and all who helped them achieve their goals. Thank you, Julie Brandon, principals, and FESMA board for all of the hard work in preparing this amazing evening for these amazing students. The end. Sorry.
Awesome. Thank you with that. We're going to be moving on to public comments. The board meeting follows the rules of decorum per board bylaws 9323. Individual speakers shall be allowed 3 minutes to address the board on each agenda or non-agenda item. The board limits the total time of public input on each item to 20 minutes. The total time allowed for public comments should be 30 minutes. Public comments about the item should be done, about items on the agenda will be heard at the time the agenda item is considered by the board. Public comments about the item that is not posted on the agenda should be heard at the beginning of open session when called upon the board president. No actions or discussions may be taken place on these items that is not on the posted agenda except as authorized by law. Since board cannot take action on these items that are not on the agenda, such items will be referred to the superintendent for handling. Board members may request that any item be placed on future agendas for future discussions. The board president and superintendent will determine the best time to place an item on the agenda. Persons who wish to address the board are invited to complete and submit a request to speak slip by the executive assistant, Anna. These slips will be available at the entrance of the room. And it looks like we have a few already, so these are the slips for those that are looking. And we have our first speaker, Sylvia Hernandez.
Good evening. We are here because we want to get to know you all better, and we want you to get to know us also. My name is Sylvia Hernandez. We are transportation, bus drivers, dispatch, training department, mechanics. Let me tell you a little bit about myself. I've been a school bus driver in Fullerton School District for almost 15 years. They told me to don't go too long, but I have to tell you guys this. I need to brag about myself, what I do here. I was one of the bus drivers who brought those students down, you know, and I am a qualified school bus driver, a mountain driver, especially when it's snow. And I want to share this with you. Too bad that Mike is not here, but Dr. Chad knows. When they told me at dispatch the first time, Sylvia, you need to come home. And I said, no, why? They closed the road. Oh, I'm going to wait for the kids. No, you need to come home. I never have left a student behind. So that day I was crying so bad. So I need to cut it off here because there are more people talking. Thank you. Nice to meet you.
No, Sylvia, you have 3 minutes. And the time was not up. It felt like 3 minutes, but trust me, it was maybe a minute. Yeah. Christy?
Yes.
Go.
Hi, my name is Christy. I've worked for Fullerton School District for over 23 years. Let me start by saying I love being a bus driver. I've done other jobs. I worked office. I worked, stock market. I've done different things. but this is the most rewarding job. I decided I could have gone a different route, but I decided this is what I want to do. When I first started, I actually was going to go back to school, and I said, oh, I can do this job. Well, I, go to school. They told me, I met a girl that worked for us, and she said, well, you can go in between your routes. And I was like, okay, oh yeah, that sounds good. I can get some money and go to school. And then I realized as a sub, you have to be here like all the time, so it didn't work out as well as I wanted it to. But I ended up doing severe special needs. At that time, that's what I started at. And I just found my niche. That was what I wanted to do. And I just had to make a life decision and decided, okay, this is it. This is what I'm going to do. And I did it. When I first came in, I thought, oh, bus driver, easy job, kick back, Then I became a bus driver, and then I realized, whoa, it's as high risk as what I was doing before. The sense of family these bus drivers have is amazing. I've stayed here. I've seen so many changes. I've stayed here because of how we are to each other. We're always there for each other. We know what each other's going through, and it's amazing. It's a great feeling. It's a great vibe. We do the jobs of many people. Driving is just one part. We are the first person sometimes that the student sees. And, as you know, we have behavior kids, we have everything. You can make a difference in that child's life. And we've gone mountains, we've done it. First thing we do is, we help them load them on the bus. We have to ensure they're seatbelted, safety vested, wheelchair strapped correctly. While the bus is in motion, we have to handle, disputes between students, whether physical or verbal. Our students with disabilities, we have to make sure they are alert, breathing, okay, not harming themselves or others. Students are talking to us about their problems, things they're excited about, just about anything. This is all while we have to safely drive, get to school, listen over the radio to our dispatcher, making sure that there's no hazards, anything that's going to cause danger to the bus or us. And it's a lot. I just want to give you that insight because a lot of people just, oh, you guys just drive. No, it's a lot. It's not an easy job. Our eyes are constantly scanning for everything and anything. Our heads are on a swivel. And we're a big yellow bus. Everybody knows what we do. We're constantly being watched by everybody. We also, transport students on field trips. This entails, this is an example of what we do sometimes, okay? This entails checking out a bus, 2 buses, your regular route bus, and then the field trip bus. We do our morning runs, we come back, we switch buses, we go to the school that's having a field trip, do the field trip, come back, switch buses, and then do our afternoon run. It's we have to be quick, we have to do, do everything, that we need to do, but we do all this efficiently and safely. In closing, I just want to say that despite the importance of our role as FSD drivers, we just don't feel valued for all the responsibilities and duties that we do. Higher pay for school bus drivers would help attract and retain experienced drivers, which in turn would improve safety and reliability of school transportation. Higher pay for school bus drivers would be a recognition of the important role we play in our community and the value we place on the safety and well-being of our children. We love our jobs. We love our kids. We just would love to be valued for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Christy. See, that was 3 minutes right there.
Could be a little more.
Yeah, a little. But We gave her Sylvia's extra time. Marilyn?
Good evening, Cabinet. My name is Marilyn Thompson. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak. Thank you, Cabinet. I would just like to reiterate, and some who don't know, I am a 41-year driver, professional in this profession. I've been at this district 7 years. I am retired OCTA, Class 1 licensed, double bus, 65-foot articulated driver. I've driven vans for seniors around the county. I've done snow and mountain training. I'm a 3-time rodeo competitor, qualified local sectional, qualified at state, competed at state. I'm here because I love the people I work with. I know a lot of faces. I know the cabinet and the board members here. This is a family for me. This is a sanity for me, a getaway. And I love my job. But I have to reiterate, like Christy said, there's a lot of highly specialized skills that we maintain to keep our licenses affects our daily, everyday life. It's one license. It's not just driving a bus. It's everything. We are Band-Aid patrol. We're a bloody nose patrol. We're the referee, the safety coordinator when they enter that bus. Every student is seat buckled before I will move my bus into motion. And we're constantly on guard, the 360 view around our bus, 12-foot range, 200 feet, 1 each side of the bus, left and right. Convex mirrors, flat mirrors, cross-view mirrors. Always on the move as to what's going on. Every child that enters my bus knows that grandma has got them under their wing. These are my kids, and the parents know that. I'm also known as the goodie bag driver for every holiday. They're excited when they see Miss Thompson. But I never give the goodie bags to the kids, only to the parents. But I have to also point out, with all these skills, I've tried to recruit other drivers. I was able to recruit one. Many tell me the same thing. They don't pass the background checks, and they don't want the responsibility. And some know here about the pay. And I have to be quite honest. I'm staying here as long as I can, but financially it's becoming difficult for me. I can't speak for everybody else. I'm a California native, born and raised here, but I will never be able to retire here. And I want to thank you for the time and the love and the experience I've had from everybody here, because I will take that with me. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I think that might have been more than 3 minutes.
No, you're good. Thank you. Maria Campo?
Good evening, everyone. Happy New Year's. Bo, he said my name already, but my name, of course, is Maria Campos, and I'm proudly Fullerton School District bus driver. I have been here for almost 3 years, and this is my family. It feels like home. My kids belong to Fullerton School District. They went to Valencia Park, Parks Junior High. Sorry. Who I am? Unreliable, ready to work, willing to learn, and willing to help. And it's what I do every day, helping my students. Just saying, good morning, have a good day, welcome back, see them smiling, some drunk crying. I have been punching, kicking, biting, everything. And I only had 3 years working. But I'm happy. I like what I do. Last year, I went to rodeo. It was my first year on rodeo. And I wearing my Fullerton School District shirt. And I was so proud of showing that shirt. Why? Because I'm happy to work here. But to be honest, every month that I see my paycheck, I don't feel that good. When all my deductions add up, I almost end less than half of my paycheck goes on deductions. So it doesn't cover even half of my expenses. Yes, I like to work here, but I don't feel appreciated here. I come to work every single day. If my dispatch tell me, hey, help me with this, I'm there helping there. They said, hey, we had training, I am there. Can you help that driver? Yes, I'm there. But if you don't feel appreciated, I think it's kind of like a mixed feeling there. Because you love what you do, but on the other hand, you have to support your family too. But here I am, trying to stay afloat. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Arturo? Romero.
Hello, Cabinet. My name is Arturo Romero Ramos. I'm the delegated behind the wheel trainer here in Fullerton School District. And just like all these drivers said, I love what I do. I'm here to give you an idea of what it takes to become a school bus driver, which includes the California Highway Patrol new testing and certificate process. On June 1st, 2023, the CHP implemented a new pre-trip test and drive test process that will meet Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration requirements. Additionally, CHP is now requiring to test every applicant on 3 backing maneuvers. Selection of the maneuvers will be selected by the CHP officer. As of February 7th, 2022, federal requirements when applying for an original CDL Class A or B in California, the applicant must complete a minimum of 15 hours classroom and behind-the-wheel training and submit a California Commercial Driver Behind-the-Wheel Training Certificate DL 1236 to the DMV as proof of completion prior to the issuance of the CDL. That must be signed off by a state instructor. All this is new federal requirements. Bus drivers didn't have to do this before. Now here we are, and I want to tell you what it takes to become a school bus driver in the state of California. In order to make sure each driver is physically able to withstand the job, school bus drivers are required to undergo DOT physicals every 2 years and every year after they turn 65. We're also required to carry a first aid card. Drivers must be able to pass 4 knowledge written tests at the DMV in order to obtain their CDL. They must pass a Class C, Class B, a passenger endorsement, and airbag endorsement test. Original drivers must have a minimum of 20 hours of classroom instruction and a minimum of 20 hours behind the wheel training. This is only a minimum. A lot of the trainees we train definitely go over that because we want to have the safest drivers. Once the driver is ready to test with CHP, they must be able to pass a 45-question written test with the California Highway Patrol. That must be completed within 40 minutes. Drivers must now pass the pre-trip inspection, which you have 45 minutes to complete. If not completed in 45 minutes, it's an automatic fail. If you miss any step in the airbag test or any of the terminology, it's an automatic fail. Last but not least, the behind-the-wheel test that requires you to safely operate the school bus in the presence of a CHP instructor. We renew every 5 years. This is ongoing for us. It's not one and done. Parents and teachers rely on us to safely transport the most precious cargo to and from school. We are professionals, and our skills are limitless. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Doug?
Thank you. My name is Doug Yingling, and I too am a school bus driver, almost 3 years, but I'm coming to you tonight as a parent. I've got 3 special needs kids. all of whom have ridden the bus, one who still does. These people meant so much to me as a parent over the years, along with everybody that's touched my kids, that when I retired, I wanted to become a bus driver. And here I am. And I'm proud to be working with these folks. I too, like Christy, had no idea what Arturo and Rose were going to put us through. But it makes you feel really worthwhile once you pull out of that yard in your school bus and get those kids safely to class and safely back home again. That's what we do, and we're proud of it. We appreciate coming before you tonight. We hope that you get to know us a little better. We wanted to get to know you a little better. Our New Year's resolution was to do that. So here we are. Thank you. We appreciate the time.
Just to jump in, if you don't know, the rodeo, so this is a different kind of rodeo. This is a bus rodeo, and there's a big competition regionally, and we do very well, and there's a lot of participation, and they take a lot of pride.
Hats and boots? Cowboy hats and boots?
Yes, so.
No?
And I think
okay.
and we have a pretty good turnout every year. So to all our rodeo bus drivers, thank you.
So we'll be moving on to section 6 to approve the minutes from the December 12th, 2023 board meeting. Do we have a motion to approve those minutes?
I'll motion to approve the minutes.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All right. Everyone in favor?
Aye.
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 Anyone opposed? All right, passes 5-0. All right, and then do I have a motion to approve tonight's agenda?
I move to approve the agenda.
Do I have a second?
Second it.
Everyone in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? No, we're good to go. Moving on to our consent agenda. Are there any items that we would like to pull for discussion before voting on the consent items?
Item A?
And I have some comments too.
Item A. You want to start off with item A, and then you have some other comments? Okay, perfect. Anna pulled up.
Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
You're looking at our donations for the last month. Whoops. These are our donations for the last month, and it's amazing the support we have from our foundations and from our PTAs and also from our community partners. This is almost $191,000 that go directly to schools and children. And without this, we wouldn't have all the enrichment that we have in our district. There is one, well, actually two that I'd like to comment on. For the Fullerton School District Arts team, Bob Bergstrom gave a donation. Bob is retired from our district, and he donated $650, and that's like really important to think. People say they love our district, they go away, and they continue to support us. Connie Galt, she's our former Anna, a long time ago, and she learned about the passing of a former teacher, Mrs. Cutts, and she made a donation of $100 to Rolling Hills Elementary School. And these people who may not have been, Connie hasn't been with our school district for over 20 years, still having an affinity to our district is just wonderful. Last but not least, I want to mention that $70,000 donation from All the Arts. Isn't that amazing? Don't they deserve a round for those women and men working for our kids?
But if you add up all the arts, it's 95,000. So I think that 70,000 added,
to all the other pieces.
half of it is all the arts. So
Yes,
absolutely.
and we cannot thank people enough for supporting our schools. So those of you at home and those of you who are here, please continue to spread the word that you really make a difference. We really do care for your support for our students. And it's wonderful to see what our community does for our kids. That was my comment on our donations.
Awesome. Thank you, Trustee Sugarman. Trustee Hatchett?
Yeah, it's great to see so many staff here, and I want to point out that one of the consent items that we are probably approving tonight is that Hope International University in Fullerton has offered 40% reduction in tuition for anyone pursuing a degree in education, whether it's certification or a master's in education. So there are opportunities to advance education at a great discount here in our community. I wanted to make people aware of that. And then also to say, part of what we're approving and what we read over the last month are the school plans for student success. And I want to say thanks to all the principals and staff and parents on the school site councils that prepared those, and the planning that goes into every single year, making sure we're creating the best opportunities for our kids. But I love reading through them because there's a unique character about each school, right? We see a lot of commonalities, but we also see the uniqueness, the strengths, the emphasis that each school has. And so this is a reminder to all of our parents that it's open enrollment season. I think there are so many great little gems in our community schools that you don't really know until you go and visit. And then you get a feel for what that community is like. And so I want to encourage parents who are listening to think about visiting multiple schools. Go to your local homeschool, seek out the right fit for your community and your family. You might be surprised at some of the beautiful things that are happening, and find the perfect fit.
Awesome.
Campus to do that is phenomenal. And it is nice to be able to see what that special thing is about each schools and how all of our staff take pride in what they do at their own school site. So we appreciate all the time, the effort that goes into that. The other thing I was going to comment on is that, school snow days. I think I go back and look at being able to offer, all of our kiddos at one school a snow day. I don't think I ever touched snow as a kid, so I think that is very special. The Ninja Coalition, the new agreement that we have with that, it looks like it's a wonderful camp that I want to go to. So just FYI, I'll be around that day, that whole week in March, to be able to attend that as well. And the resilience program that we're offering to our preschool parents and our teachers is also something that we're looking forward to. And then the new contract with the Vision to Learn, I think that there was some questions on, what is it doing to our, the existing programs that we have, and understanding that nothing is we're not getting rid of anything, we're adding to it. And being able to offer our students the ability to have a vision screening and then follow it up with glasses, because that's important, right? We can identify that there's a problem, but unless we can provide those glasses and we can do that next step, our students don't get that. So no matter where our kids are, vision screening is very, very important. I know as a parent, I didn't identify that my student needed glasses until the school did. So I think that's very, very important across the board. So thank you for all your time and effort into all of those things that are there. And then again, thank you, all the arts for coming through with so many grants and so many opportunities for our students to be able to offer them art lessons and walk alongside our teachers and our staff to do that. So thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Trustee Behrman. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I so move.
A second?
Second.
Everybody in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? No, I vote. Awesome. We'll be moving on to action items. Dr. Coughlin, I believe you have a presentation for us on accepting the 2022-23 audit report.
There we go. Nothing clears out a room like the word audit.
Wait, you guys, this is such great reading.
Are you sure you don't want to stay for this part?
I was going to say, everything that you needed to know is going to be in that audit.
Well, this isn't even the audit.
It's not
It
Rob,
might be
right?
him.
Rob, I am going to say something before you start. When you do read the audit, I think people don't realize that if you need an answer to something and you need something explained, somewhere in that audit it's going to explain the measures, everything that has to do with finance and understanding and things that you didn't even know are in that audit. So I find it very, very interesting.
Well, I thank you.
FYI.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
So, President Talavera, board members, superintendent, cabinet, and guests, tonight we're here to present the 2022-2023 fiscal year audit. And here to do that tonight from Nigro Nigro is Jessica Berry. She's a partner with the firm, and she has a brief presentation of the audit report. So I'll turn it over to her. And each of you received, not only did you receive the electronic copy, you have a hard copy, and then we will be posting on our website the actual audit tomorrow.
Thank you and good evening. I'm sad that everyone wasn't staying for the audit report, but I got to admit I do a lot of these and everybody leaves before the audit, so I'm pretty used to it. So as was said, my name is Jessica Berry. I'm a partner with Nigro & Nigro, and I just wanted to give you a brief overview of our audit process, kind of run through what's in the audit report, and then I'm happy to answer any questions at the end that you might have, or if you really want to dig into those fun details in the audit report, we can do that. So just to summarize our audit process, it is a full year process that we go through. We break it up really into 3 sections throughout the year. We start off with what we call our site testing or site visits, and that'll be happening actually fairly soon, kind of early springtime. At that point, we're actually going to individual school sites, and we're focusing primarily on attendance taking procedures. A lot of funding is driven by attendance, so we want to make sure there are good controls there. And we also spend some time looking at ASBs as well. Fast forward a little bit, we come back in kind of later spring or early summer for our interim visit. Books are not closed at this point, so we're not digging into all the financials, but we're looking at compliance and we're looking at controls. So making sure proper checks and balances, approvals, things are being done timely, really looking at more of those qualitative factors. And then we're also looking at state and federal compliance areas that can be restricted funds being spent on what they're allowable. That can be certain notices being posted or things being adopted by board by the dates that they're required. A little bit of everything that we go through when we're at our interim visit. Fast forward again, we come back in the fall. At this point, your books are closed for the year, so now we are really delving into the financial pieces. We're going through your unaudited actuals, looking at those numbers, tracing them out to documentation, making sure what's showing in your numbers is fairly stated based off the documentation we receive. So again, very quick overview of our process. All of that leads to these lovely audit reports that you get, very fun reading. I'll give you just a brief overview of what the different sections are in an audit report. It starts off, after you get through table of contents, starts off with our opinion letter. So this is a clean opinion, that's what you want. It's saying that we agree that the financial statements as presented here are presented fairly in all material aspects. So that's that opening letter that just kind of gets things started off on the right foot for you. After that, we have what's called management's discussion and analysis. If you're looking for really an overview of the audit report, this is usually where I point people. It gives comparative data from current year and the prior year. Yours has some charts as well, kind of shows the information graphically, so it gives a little bit more information in there, and then some explanations for some of the major variances year over year. After the management discussion and analysis are the main financial statements. They're presented a few different ways. You can see it. Some of them are government-wide that include long-term items, and the others are set up like your funds, probably more similar to what you're seeing in budget reports or district reports. After that are the notes. Lots of notes. Required disclosures, all the fun details about accounting procedures. There are lots of notes on any types of debt, on pensions, on OPEB. Again, those go into a lot of detail, so I won't spend too much time on them, but happy to answer any questions. And then after we get through the notes, there's a few more schedules in the back, more schedules on debt and pensions and OPEB, but also a few interesting ones such as your average daily attendance, your instructional minutes that were offered for the year, your schedule of federal expenditures. Those are usually the ones that people have the most interest in on the schedules in the back. Also a budgetary comparison schedule for the year. And then a few more letters past that. So we had those initial letters on your financial statement. The letters in the back are going over controls and compliance. So there's one on governmental auditing standards, one on federal, one on state. Again, clean opinions, just going through those different areas. And then after the letters, we have any findings or management comments, and then the resolution of any findings from the previous year that are all the way in the back. So again, very quick overview on what's in an audit report, but I'm happy to delve into anything or answer any questions you might have.
Any questions from trustees?
I just had a brief question. On page 39, it was talking about the district's investments. And Rob, maybe you can answer that one too. But U.S. Bank Money Market, it had some figures in there.
Jump in. Yeah, the investments, the main piece is the cash and county pool, and then there was additional, there's about $2 million that was U.S. Bank Money Market that was outside of county pool.
That's
Sorry.
standing district money in rotating accounts, and there might be some interest that's generated occasionally on those rotating accounts.
Yes,
Damien.
yeah, so.
Damien also. Also, I can have Damien come forward too, probably can answer these better, working with it on a day-to-day basis.
They're not like actual investments. It's sitting money that's in
Right.
maybe an
No.
interest-bearing account.
Correct.
We
It's a money
yes.
market account. It's not like a stock market investment, so yeah,
Right.
it's.
So this is money sitting with the county, with OCDE, so the funds are earning interest, and I think at this point it's earning about 4-point-something %.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions from trustees? Do you have a motion to approve the 2022-2023 audit report?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
So moved.
Everybody in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anybody
Aye.
opposed? Oh, passes 5-0. Awesome.
Thank you very much.
so much. Thank you so much for sharing that with us. Because yes, I don't see this on a day-to-day basis as well. And then we have Dr. Hammett. Next item.
Yes. Our next item is a memorandum of understanding with the California State School Employees, Chapter 130, and it impacts our salary schedule, which impacts Range 7, Step 1. Currently, as of January 1st, 2024, the minimum wage went up to $16. Range 7, Step 1 falls under that, so this MOU temporarily increases that to $16 an hour until we're able to negotiate an agreement that would allow us to meet that threshold required by the federal law or by the state law.
Awesome. Any questions from trustees?
It's important that we meet federal and state standards and pay our employees appropriately, so I would like to motion to accept this memo of
Awesome. Do we
understanding.
have a second?
Second.
Awesome. Everybody in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Passes 5-0 as well. Awesome. Thank you, Dr. Hammett, for that. And then we have a presentation on the annual report for Personnel Commission. Paul,
Good evening.
how are you doing?
I'm good. How are you? Thanks for having me. I appreciate your time, President Talavera, board, Dr. Pletka, our executive cabinet, colleagues, friends, residents of Fullerton, everyone who's come to hear what the Personnel Commission is doing. So who am I? I'm Paul Dinas, and I represent the merit system here at Fullerton School District. I work as the director in the classified HR office. You might be asking yourself, what is the merit system? The merit system is a section of the education code that outlines how classified employees in school districts in California will be hired, retained, classified, and compensated. And so it is a system that is outlined by the education code that is brought in by the classified union. It is overseen by a commission of 3 appointed personnel commissioners. One is appointed by the board, one is appointed by CSEA, and then one of those is appointed jointly by the 2 existing board and CSEA commissioners. And it's dedicated to ensuring the most transparent, fair, and competitive processes, again, for hiring, promoting, retaining, and classifying and compensating our classified employees. And I work along with 5 of the members in our classified HR office and staff to ensure that those processes are upheld per the Ed Code, as well as working with our executive cabinet and our classified employees and CSEA to find the most effective ways to institute an otherwise bureaucratic, another bureaucratic system. But this system I believe in fully, and I am so grateful that we have it here at Fullerton and find ways to navigate it. So in front of you, you have a report that we present to you annually. This is a report that is required by the Ed Code, but also allows us to brag a little bit about all the hard work that our staff does to ensure that we're bringing you good people here in Fullerton. Just to highlight again some of who those commissioners are. So your board appointee is Mr. Tommy Remeninski. He's been here over the last almost 4 years. I've been working with him. He's been a great resource for us. He's actually a retired classified employee himself, worked for many years at Newport Mesa Unified School District. Our CSEA appointee is Ms. Sarah Kelman. She works as a professor at Cal State Fullerton, one of the newest members on our Personnel Commission, but an amazing resource for us. And then jointly, they have appointed Dr. Alexis Norman, who works as the Assistant Superintendent at Whittier City School District. She's the Assistant Sup of HR. So another amazing resource. We are blessed with 3 great commissioners that have a lot of extensive experience working with classified employees and understanding the ins and outs of HR and personnel matters as well. They're elected to a 3-year term, and those terms expire in consecutive years, so they're never going out at the same time. This year, Dr. Norman's term expired, but she was reappointed here in December by the 2 existing commissioners for another 3-year term, so we're excited to have her back. I want to take a moment just to thank the classified HR team for all the work that they do. So as you look at those numbers in there, there's a lot of transactions that happen. A lot of record keeping, a lot of processing, a lot of communicating with employees within the district, managers, principals, community members, applicants, and they find a way to do all of those transactions in a very human way, creating the family-like atmosphere and moving forward with the vision that our board lays out for us. So thank you to Edna, Martha, Debbie, Blanca, and Christina for making all that happen. Countless hours goes into processing 2,500 plus applicants that we received just in one fiscal year, hiring over 350 new employees, 64 of which were promotional opportunities for our existing employees, which doubled from last year. So you can see that there is a commitment by your executive leadership to promote and hire from within, giving people an opportunity, which I'm very thankful for. We had 8 new job classifications created, as well as other job classifications that we continually update, ensuring that our system is appropriately balanced internally, as well as competitive in the job market as well. And that's something that we continue to work with our leaders and with CSEA to ensure that that's as fair as it can be with the resources that we have. You'll see that there's 50 different hiring or eligibility lists that were created this last fiscal year. And so every year we continually work to update those hiring lists so that when openings come up, we can go to our list and we don't have to reopen a new recruitment every year. So I like to take every opportunity I can to let folks, candidates know within the school district especially, or within the community, that if they hear about an opening, say at Beechwood for a clerk, for example, and they're going, I'm not really waiting to work at Beechwood. I'd really like to work at Orangethorpe. So I'm going to wait for that opportunity to come up. Because we have this system in place, you always want to apply when you see the opening, because we're recruiting for the classification as a whole and not just for a specific position. So while one position may motivate the recruitment, we'll use that list as other openings come up during the life of that eligibility list, which is between 6 months and a year, kind of depending on that recruitment, and we always advertise that. You'll also see some of the years of service that's celebrated in there. Those are folks that have reached big milestones this year. So you see one reached 35 years of service. You'll see a number that reached different milestones. We have a number of employees not listed in there that are over 20 years of service. Many of those employees in classifications that you've heard about tonight. Many of them in classifications where they're making minimum wage salaries and they are not dedicated to their paycheck is not the reason they come here. They come here for the students and the mission and the vision that you set forth. So I just want to take an opportunity and thank them for their service, their dedication, that they keep coming back for a greater purpose outside of their pay. And I am impressed and grateful for that every single day that I work here. So much of the work that's done by our classified staff is laying the groundwork for the amazing work that our teachers do with students. Bills are paid, the grass is cut, The lights, the AC, the heat is left on. Buildings are clean. The Wi-Fi is up. The live stream is going. Kids are fed. Instruction is supported. Students are enrolled. Parents and community members' questions are answered. Transportation is provided. Supplies are delivered. Diapers are changed. And most importantly, students' lives are changed because of the amazing work that our classified employees do to support that. So if we can give them a round of applause. I'm very thankful for them, for you, for this opportunity and our Personnel Commission, and I'll open it up to any questions that you may have on the report.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Paul. Any questions from the trustees?
I don't have a question. I just have a comment to thank you for all of your work. You're a breath of fresh air. I think it's wonderful to have such a great working relationship between yourself and Dr. Hammett. That doesn't always happen. So we appreciate you, and we appreciate all the commissioners, because we understand that this is a job that they just, pretty much volunteer for. It's the quiet, silent board that's there, so we appreciate all of their efforts and everything that they do to help our students and to help our district succeed. So thank you.
Thank you.
Need
I'd
to
like to
just
second
that.
that.
Third
Yeah.
it. I need to third that then, yes.
No, definitely.
You know how much we appreciate you.
It is felt, and it's not always as amicable in all districts, and I think that just goes to show how much you invest in us, the great relationships we have with Dr. Hammett and with Tanya. We do a lot of work behind the scenes to maintain that, and so we appreciate your support always.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Paul.
I just wanted to say, I think most people do know Paul, but for those that don't, he is just a man that's truly caring and kind. And as somebody whose core value is around kindness, it's nice to see somebody that interacts, very genuine, humble, innovative, a great problem solver, a great collaborator, a great communicator, and he's funny even sometimes. So again, thanks. It's been a pleasure. Yeah, he does have gray hair. There we go. All right. Thank you, Paul. Thanks to you and your whole team.
Awesome. So we'll move on to administrative reports. I believe we had we have our Ed Services team. Yeah, yes, we can. Yeah, let's take a 5-minute. So come back at 7. I know. We were all waiting. All right, so we're going to proceed with our California School Board school dashboard presentation.
They're worried about Valentine's Day.
Go ahead,
I'm
Dr.
sorry,
Brown.
I'm
No, no,
standing
no.
here like I'm
Yeah.
just like I don't even know what I was thinking about.
No,
Okay.
no, go ahead, Dr. Brown.
Good evening. So tonight we're going to present on 2 items, the California dashboard and our iReady analysis and progress. It is 2 different items on the agenda. However, it is encapsulated in one presentation, and we want to be able to show you our response to the data from the dashboard, and our amazing team here will be able to do that. How does Ed Services and Student Support Services respond to the metrics that are put out by the California dashboard? And just a reminder that the California dashboard are encompassed of 3 different metrics: CalPADS, CASP data, which is our SBAC data, and LPAC. So all of the data that will be presented tonight in response to that comes from those 3 metrics that the state captures. So to present the dashboard, I want to bring up Sung Chi.
Where did everybody go?
We're here. Those who count, we're here.
Yeah. If people start leaving while I'm speaking,
Yeah.
then that's a problem, I guess.
Well,
Good evening, Board President Talavera, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Dr. Pleka, and Executive Cabinet. As Dr. Brown had mentioned, you're going to see 2 agenda items for administrative reports, one on the California dashboard and another on the iReady mid-year update. So this presentation will include both the California dashboard, which really reflects our data for previous year, as well as a mid-year update on our iReady data, and that really represents how we are doing as a district for this year, up to the mid-year point of the year. So in tonight's presentation, we'll provide a review of the California dashboard data and the district's response to the data. Included in our presentation will be an update on our most current iReady data and how this data really informs classroom instruction and district plans in supporting our students. A lot of this information I know is pretty familiar with you, but I did want to give you just a quick overview of the California dashboard. It really just provides parents and educators with meaningful information on school and district progress so they can participate in decisions to improve student learning. It not only reports overall data, but also reports at the subgroup level to ensure all students are supported and receive the services that they need. So this slide shows you the 6 local indicators as well as the 5 state indicators reported on the California dashboard. The local indicators were presented when the LCAP was taken to the board for approval back in spring, which we will do again this upcoming spring. But this presentation really focuses on FSD's progress on the state indicators, the 5 state indicators, since that data was released just a month ago. For elementary and K through 8 districts, the dashboard reports on the 5 state indicators, English language arts, math, suspension rate, chronic absenteeism, and English learner progress. A performance level of 1 to 5 is determined for each state indicator. The performance levels for state indicators are determined by looking at each indicator's status as well as change. Status is based on the most recent data, which would be last year's data, while change is based on growth from one year to the other year. Therefore, it's not only important to have good scores for this past year, but it's also important that we maintain or increase those scores over time. You'll see this kind of played out, especially as we look at our chronic absenteeism data. In your packet, I did include a document showing the 5x5 placement tables for each of the different indicators. So here are the district's performance levels for each state indicator. Our district is at level 4 in English language arts, math, and suspension rate, and level 2 in English learner progress, as well as chronic absenteeism. Compared to the state, California is at level 3 in English learner progress and chronic absenteeism, and level 2 in ELA, math, and suspension rate. So in the next slides, we'll go over each indicator in a little bit more detail and share how we as a district are responding to the data. And so we'll start with the suspension rate indicator. So as we look at this indicator, there are a couple of things to keep in mind. One is that the suspension rate is based on the percentage of students that are suspended at least one time, and not based on the total number of suspensions. Also, the lower the percentage, the better. So for Fullerton School District, our suspension rate last year was 1.1%, which is 0.2 of a percentage point lower than last year, putting us at level 4. And again, the lower the percentage, the better. California is at level 3 with 3.1% of students statewide who were suspended at least one time last year, almost half a percentage point higher than the previous year. This puts FSD's suspension rate at less than a third of California's rate, which is great, great news for us. Yes?
I've just been wondering a question. Is that in comparison to all school districts? Because I guess being a K-8, I would expect a slightly lower suspension rate than those that are unified or high school only.
Yeah, what we actually did is just compare it with the state's overall scores.
Okay, thanks.
So in addition to our overall data for each indicator, we wanted to share data at the subgroup level. The dashboard reports on every subgroup that comprises of at least 30 students. One thing to keep in mind is that one student may be included in multiple subgroups. So if, for example, they're an English learner who is Hispanic or Asian, they would be considered or counted in both of those subgroups. So the first step in the work of equity is really to examine the data at the subgroup level and with an asset-based approach, identify the unique needs and the supports for each of those subgroups. In some cases, providing targeted supports, let's say for example, our English learners, can also benefit our Hispanic subgroup since a large proportion of our English learners are Hispanic. So with that said, this slide here shows the performance levels by subgroup, along with California's performance levels for comparative purposes. The number of students represented in each group is also, and the number of students within FSD is represented in the table as well. So you can see that 8 of our subgroups are at level 4 or 5, with one subgroup at level 3, and one subgroup at level 2, and one subgroup at level 1. Compared to California, FSD has a higher performance level for each subgroup, with the exception of our homeless subgroup, as well as our Filipino subgroup, which was one level lower than the state. Also, as we look at other indicators, you'll notice that student counts particularly can vary as we look at the different indicators. This is because there are some indicators that only apply to a particular group of students. For example, ELA and math, as we look at those indicators, you'll notice that the number of students within those subgroups are much lower. And that's just because we only have 3rd through 8th grade students. While, for example, suspension rate, we're looking at all students that attended FSD last year. So next is the chronic absenteeism indicator. The state calculates the percentage of students who are absent more than 10% of the days that they were enrolled. It is important to note that any student enrolled in FSD for at least 31 days would be included in the calculation. Since there are 180 days in a full school year, students who are enrolled at FSD for the entire year would be considered chronically absent if they missed at least 18 days of school. Likewise, a student who may have been with us even just for a month would also be included in the calculation. So it's not all students that were with us for the whole entire school year. It really also captures students that may have only even come for a month, let's say. They would also be included as part of a calculation. And you can see that FSD is at level 2 with 13.2% of students that are chronically absent. Ironically, though, the state is actually one level higher than our district, even though its rate is almost double FSD's rate. The main reason for this is because FSD's percentage rate increased slightly, and it's really just 0.9%, while the state's rate declined by 5.7 percentage points. And that's where that status and change kind of come into play, where it's not only important that we look at scores from the previous year, but also how much did we improve from the previous year as well. So with that said, FSD's chronic absenteeism rate is 11.1 percentage points lower than the state. And although FSD is at level 2, I did want to highlight that our absenteeism rate still ranks in the top 16% of all California districts. And here's the subgroup data for chronic absenteeism. FSD has 2 subgroups with a performance level of 3, 6 subgroups at level 2, and 3 subgroups in level 1. The state, as you can see, is at level 3 for all subgroups, and that's primarily because of the decrease of the chronic absenteeism rate for the state as a whole. And now Dr. Helene Morris and Rosanna Fonseca will share some more details about our chronic absenteeism data and the efforts being made to decrease the number of students who are chronically absent, especially with our foster youth students as well as our students experiencing homelessness.
Excuse me 1 second.
Yes.
I'm not looking to give us an excuse why some children are absent, but I wondered on the state level, do we feel everybody is reporting accurately?
It is based off of CalPADS, as Dr. Brown had mentioned, so you would hope that they would be reporting that accurately. I know that for us as a district, one of the things that we value is safety. And normally, you know, if you have that child who's sick and maybe they can go to school, I mean, we're encouraging them, you know, really we want to stay home. So I think those are some of the factors, but I can't say for sure whether, you know, other districts are reporting correctly. They should be, primarily because it's based off of CalPADS.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
While the Fullerton School District did have a slight increase in chronic absenteeism rates, it's important to note that when we benchmark ourselves among all neighboring Orange County districts, our district currently has the 5th lowest absenteeism rate at 13.2%. While much work needs to be done to decrease this rate, only 4 other Orange County districts have a lower rate than the Fullerton School District, with 10.1% being the lowest. On to more data, we can see the highest chronic absenteeism rate in Orange County is 33.4% among traditional districts and 37.3% at the county level. Therefore, while the dashboard may reflect an increase in FSD's chronic absenteeism rate, FSD is still outperforming most neighboring districts. Nevertheless, our goal is to decrease chronic absenteeism to a rate that is far below 13.1%. Next, I will share some information about what we are currently doing to address chronic absenteeism. Well, what is chronic absenteeism? As Sung shared earlier in this presentation, it's defined as missing 10% or more of the school year, or 18 days in a 180-day school year. I would like to address some of the interventions the FSD uses to address chronic absenteeism based on our Power School attendance data of students who require interventions. And we use this data to identify students. So first and foremost, we want to create a culture where students love coming to school. A study from the Baltimore Education Research Consortium showed that chronically absent students with a mentor gained an average of 9 attendance days per school year. So relationships and positive school culture matter. And as an aside, how wonderful to have the Boys and Girls Club presenting tonight, just showing the power of mentorship. With the pandemic, it has made it more difficult for us to provide incentives for students to come to school because when students are sick, we do want them to stay home. Nevertheless, our schools have a variety of attendance incentives to motivate healthy students to come to school. For example, at Valencia Park, they have monthly character trait assemblies. At these assemblies, they also recognize perfect attendance. And every month, the class with the highest attendance gets a pizza party, and each student with perfect attendance is recognized by name, and they earn a popsicle. Parent education and communication is key. For example, every time a student is absent in schools like Woodcrest and Maple, they send home a letter to parents and let them know that their student was missed and how they can sign up for SOAR, which is our Saturday School Attendance Recovery Program. SOAR makes a huge difference in attendance. While SOAR does not recover for chronic absenteeism, it does recover for ADA. Our team worked in collaboration with Dr. Coughlin and the amazing business services team to implement district-wide MegaSoar. And these MegaSoar sessions launched for the first time during the 2022-23 school year. And the results were incredible. For example, last year, the following 5 schools recovered over 600 absences with SOAR. Fern Drive had 655 recoveries, Fissler 656 recoveries, Maple 688 recoveries, Orangethorpe 675 recoveries, and Sunset Lane 613 recoveries. Raymond made it to the 700 club with 701 recoveries, along with Acacia at 761 recoveries. And finally, Valencia Park made it to the 1,000 club with 1,029 recoveries. All of our schools did well, and we recovered 10,624 absences in total. Next, I'm going to talk briefly the road to SARB. We use our truancy tracker system, and that helps to simplify our SARB process. And while we do not want to send our families to SARB, which stands for School Attendance Review Board, prevention is the key. And so that's why we have SART contracts, SART standing for School Attendance Review Team, where the administrator sits down with the parent and says, hey, let me talk to you about your child's attendance. We're also very fortunate because we have a variety of partnerships. What are some of these partnerships in relationship to attendance? The Boys and Girls Club of Garden Grove Truancy Intervention Program, they are on their our SARB panel, and they provide parenting classes to our parents. They do a parent empowerment series. They actually go to schools and meet with students and help improve their attendance. The Fullerton Police Department and Family Court representatives serve on our SARB panel. The Orange County GRIP program, which stands for Gang Reduction and Intervention Program, views truancy as the first crime that someone who is incarcerated commits, and that's true for 76% of those who are incarcerated, that truancy was their first crime. We work with the Orange County District Attorney. We offer in-house parent education classes about truancy, and we refer some cases to our district attorney's office for prosecution. Anyway, now it's my pleasure to address our comprehensive plan to address chronic absenteeism. So the Fullerton School District is excited to inform you about the attendance roadmap change initiative that's going to be taking place in FSD. The purpose of this initiative is to better support the needs of our chronically absent students. So again, those students who are missing 10% or more of the school year. So it is a change initiative, and it's a way of providing systematic attendance interventions to our chronically absent students in 5 easy steps outlined as follows. There is a 6th step, which is launch, but I know you're seeing 6. You're like, you just said 5, Helene, but there's really 5 steps. So the first step, and I'm going to stream this along because I know it's getting late and everybody's like, ooh, she's talking a lot. So one is the attendance roadmap kickoff. We're going to be kicking this off at an upcoming meeting, I believe on February 7th, with our principals and APs. So that's kind of the first step. The second step you see on there is the attendance team. So improving school attendance is not a solo sport. It's not like the principal's job or the assistant principal's job. It's a team's job. And so each of our schools will form an attendance teams. Teams should have 3 or more people on them. And so here's some examples of people who could be on the team. The principal, the assistant principal, the attendance clerk, the social services assistant, the counselor, mental health staff, teachers, nurses, community partners, parents. And then typically the team will meet, like a couple times a month, and they'll be looking at the attendance data. They'll be looking at those significant subgroups like Sung talked about, and looking at interventions. So the third step is that the team takes a survey. So they look at the gaps. What are the areas of strength at our school? What are those areas of need? And how can we develop a tiered approach to interventions? You know, it's amazing that the first shape we teach in TK is not the pyramid, because we love pyramids so much in public education, right? But we want attendance to also have a tiered, that pyramid intervention approach where we have tier 1, what are those interventions we do for all students? Tier 2, what are those interventions that we do for some students? And then Tier 3, what are those interventions we do for a few students? So that's something attendance teams will be developing. And of course, we're going to give a bunch of tools and resources, many of them research-based coming from Attendance Works. And I'm actually looking forward to going to one of their workshops next week as well to dive even deeper into it. And then, so our attendance teams meet, they take a survey, they step forward, look at their interventions at different tiers. What are we going to do at our school site? What's specific to our school? And then they calendar it. When are we going to do our different interventions? When are these things going to happen? So that's step 5. And then step 6, the bonus step, because we always have to have a bonus, is we launch the roadmap. So that roadmap will launch at the beginning of the 2024-25 school year, because we live in the future. And so next, it's my pleasure to invite up Rosanna Fonseca, who will be sharing about how we support our homeless and foster youth students.
So as we look at the California dashboards, it's crucial to clarify the state standards for identifying students in our foster youth subgroup on the dashboard regarding chronic absenteeism. In this context, any student identified as a foster youth at any point from the first day to the last day of the school year was included in the subgroup. So that totals 74 students. Notably, our count encompasses students placed in the foster care system even within the last 25 days of the school year. So for instance, 11 students were identified as foster youth from April 25th to May 31st. Among these, 7 were already identified as chronically absent and were included in our foster youth numbers. So out of these 7, 3 were identified on May 31st, the 3 last days of school. But yet, they were included in our foster youth subgroup for chronic absenteeism. So I want to highlight, for each student recognized as foster youth underwent monitoring and they received the necessary interventions. So our proactive approach was applied to 49 identified foster youth, ensuring that they received support to prevent chronic absenteeism. And the targeted interventions yielded positive results, which will be detailed in the upcoming slide. So in the 2022-2023 academic year, our district prioritized comprehensive supports for our foster youth students through monitoring 49 students who were identified as foster youth. We implemented strategies such as monitoring, early intervention, mentorship programs, barrier identification, social emotional supports, and meeting their basic needs. These efforts resulted in a significant 7.5 decrease in chronic absenteeism among the monitored foster youth students. And now I'm going to invite back Sung.
Sure. When you say meeting basic needs, does that mean finding them a place to get a bath?
It's
clothes
food,
or
shelter, clothing, all of those things, connecting them with our partners, even something as, after school programs, connecting them so that they're able to have someone watch them throughout the day.
Does it also include transportation? Because I'm
Yes.
thinking about homelessness, foster care, and I believe some students, if it depends on their IEP, with disabilities would all be bused per our state-funded agreement, right?
So as we have conversations with families, it's a very intentional one-on-one support.
Mhm.
What is it that you need and how can we support you?
Mhm.
We're able even to provide families, if they do have a car, to be able to provide them gas.
Uh-huh.
So, or if they have a neighbor who can take them. So it really is very personalized, but yes, we have a variety of means to be able to meet their transportation.
Because I'm just seeing level 1 of the 3 subgroups, all 3 of them, we offer transportation, right? Okay.
So our next indicator is the English learner progress. The English language proficiency assessment for California, what we know as LPAC, is the metric that's used to calculate the percentage of English learners making adequate progress towards English language proficiency. So English learners are considered as making progress when they either score at the highest level on the LPAC test or they move at least one level higher from the previous year's LPAC test. Oops, sorry about that. So 45.3% of our English learners at FSD are considered making progress, putting FSD at level 2. Statewide, 48.7% of English learners are considered making progress, putting California at level 3. So one reason for the drop that you see there in the percentage of students making progress is the high number of students that we reclassified last year. So we doubled the percentage of students reclassified compared to prior years. And because of the students who typically would perform really well on the LPAC test, were reclassified and did not take the test last year, therefore they're not a part of the calculation that you see here. And so because of that, you'll see our scores have dropped slightly. You can also see, though, in last year, we reclassified 486 students, almost doubling the number of students that we reclassified the previous year. And so now Dr. Linda Soter Ruiz will share about the efforts that are being made to support our English learners in becoming English proficient.
Okay, good evening. So as you can see, 486 students, that was a lot of our students that reclassified. We did work diligently last year with the committee that we formed to take a look at the reclassification criteria that again made it so that we see a lot more of our students reclassifying. The data that you see here, these are called EL profiles. We have created that this year as a result of the data that we have. And each profile is based on student performance on the LPAC test, local and state basic skills assessments, and teacher recommendation. Our goal is to reclassify as many EL students every year. So each site has access to view a spreadsheet that is shown here with their data right in one spot so that they know which students they are going to be focusing on. So this data is housed in our platform called Elevation, and every school site administrator and teachers have access to the platform. So if you take a look, the profile A, B, C, and D, these students had scored a 4, highest level on their LPAC, so they were going to be reclassifying this year for sure. The first levels, A and B, have already done so in our first round of reclassification, and that totaled 208 students. So we're already halfway, almost halfway of what we did last year. The next profiles, C and D, we have approximately 82 students in those areas that will be reclassifying in our second round, which is in February. Our focus this time around is our students who we do not want them to become long-term English learners where they kind of get stuck and don't make that annual progress that San was describing. Right now, we have a total of 768 in profiles E and F, and those are our students who have scored a 3. So where is our focus going to be? On those students so that they can increase their LPAC scores and score a 4 for the next round at the end of the school year for our 6th through 8th grade, so that we give them that opportunity in May to be able to look at their scores as soon as we get them to see if we can reclassify them before the next school year begins. But looking at our profile E, which is our 4th through 8th grade students, these are going to be our focus and have a strategic intervention for them. So to support them, we are going to have a 6-week ELD intervention, which it will be at every site. So we are meeting with all of the teachers and the principals to ensure that they know what we are working towards, and it will be 1 hour after school, and there will be progress monitoring. This year, we have the opportunity to use interim assessments for LPAC. This is new, so we will be using them as pre and post, so our students will be getting that extra viewing on practicing so that we can move those forward. So our goal is level 3 students right now. Some schools will be incorporating their lower grades, but our focus really is 4th through 8th grade to give them that extra push. We'll be focusing on listening, speaking, reading, and writing, and we will be using our elevation resources and activities. So this is geared, it's ready to go, permission slips, and our last round of meetings with principals is tomorrow, actually, to get started as soon as possible.
Who is teaching this extra Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, 1 hour?
We have asked our teachers to see if we can have them work this. We will be paying them after school and giving them planning time as well, and paying them after school, or if they have the ability to do it before school.
If they can't, I mean, I don't mean this mean, I mean, it's
No,
mid-year,
no.
and they may have swim lessons for their kids or other
Right.
things. What do we do if they can't?
Yes, so this is why our presentation is for the entire staff, because even the PE teachers have our students, our EL students in their classes, so they have that ability to be able to be the teacher for this intervention as well. So we're working with each of the site administrators and taking names from other schools too, who are willing to go to another school site to actually do the intervention as well.
And the plan is for the same teacher, for the same student, to do it Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday?
If they want to share, if they want to co-teach, we have that ability as well.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Appreciate that.
So then taking a look at our additional supports, some of these supports you will be seeing again. As we know, they have worked in the past, and best practices are not a one and done in 1 year. We continue to use them. They take time to perfect. So you will see some of these modules and strategies, professional development, actually having our designated ELD as activities and supports for our English learners that come up every year. But this year we added to our summer EL Jump program a focus on math vocabulary, and that was based on last year's scores that we needed to do some additional things during the summer. And then next year included in this, we'll see the profiles and how our intervention worked for our students after school as well. And now I will turn it back to Sun.
Got 2 more indicators to go. So for ELA and math, the performance level is based on a district or a school's distance from standard, or I think we all know DFS now. It's pretty common now. So DFS represents the distance between a student's score and the score that that student needs to reach proficiency. So you can see that in ELA, FSD is at level 4 with a DFS score of 16.4 points above standard. And that means that on average, students are scoring a little over 16 points above the score that they need to reach proficiency. FSD's distance from standard is 30 points higher than the state, which is at performance level 2, and they have a DFS of 13.6 points below the standard cutoff. Also, FSD's ELA DFS is in the top 20%, 21% of all districts statewide. So here are the performance levels for each. Yes.
We talk about attracting people to our school district. I know when you write this out, it looks lovely, right? That we're at 16.4 points above the standards, and the state is 13.6 points below the standard. But telling me that we're in the top 21% of the state is impressive.
Mm-hmm.
Totally more in your face, here we are, da-da. Do we put that on our website?
We can. And I actually have some even better news that we can also include on the website
But I
too.
think that we need to make it very simple for the public, because so much of the public is hearing so much about public schools and dysfunctional school boards and blah, 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 and burning books and all this stuff and teaching handwriting, that we need to clearly put out there who is Fullerton School District and why do you want to put your child here? And this number is an amazingly wonderful number.
It is. We'll make sure to do that then.
Or whatever, it doesn't have to be this number, but if you have more impressive, but just right there, like the awards we win,
Yes. So we also wanted to share with you the performance levels for each of our subgroups. We have 4 subgroups that were at level 4 or 5. along with 6 subgroups that were level 2 and 1 subgroup in level 1. So in math, FSD is also at level 4, while California is at level 2. Although we are on average 4.5 points below the standard, that's still 44.6 points higher than the state's average, with a DFS of 49.1 points below standard.
And where do we fit in that state percentage?
We're in the top 18% of all California districts.
When you read we're 4.5 points below the standard, it sounds like, but then when you say where we are, that number is like, let's put it out there, let's celebrate our teachers, let's celebrate everybody. I mean, doing this in a changing student environment is fabulous.
I would agree. Here are the math performance levels for each subgroup. Similar to ELA, you can see that we have 4 subgroups with a performance level of 4 or 5, 2 with a performance level of 3, 4 with a performance level of 2, and 1 subgroup with a performance level of 1. This is the better news. We also analyzed how our district compared with other districts that had similar demographics. And so the top table, you can see there, we first looked at how FSD compared with other districts that had a similar percentage of English learners. And you can see that FSD ranked in the top 10% in both ELA and math. The bottom table there, we've compared our district with other districts that have similar low income percentages. And FSD ranked in the top 9% in ELA and the top 8% in math.
That's so impressive. How do we rank with people that are not English language learners and that are not low income with the, what we think about as higher level learners?
That's something we can look at, basically teasing out and looking at just specifically districts that don't really have the same kind of similar enrollments as we do demographically, and see where we rank there as well.
Yeah, because those are the people that would go to private school.
Mm-hmm.
And if we want to attract them back to us, we need to show them how their children will fare.
Sure.
And if they don't fare well, leave the number out.
Mm-hmm.
But they
Many
will.
great reasons to come to our schools.
Right.
Yes.
But this data really does represent, I think, the hard work and the efforts
And it's a
of our students
congratulations to our
primarily.
staff.
Yeah, and our staff as well. And this is something that I think we as a FSD family could really be proud of. So we're going to focus the rest of our presentation on student achievement, really looking at current year's data, iReady data, and how we analyze our iReady data. Along with that, though, we do want to share a little bit of our focus in ELA, which has been on structured literacy to teach our readers the foundational skills to decode. But in addition to that, we're honing in on strategic practices to address comprehension, student discourse, and critical thinking to enhance instruction and student engagement. One strategy is the interactive read aloud, where teachers read aloud to the class while actively involving students in the discussion. The notice and note strategy is another key element. It encourages students to make deeper connections with the text by identifying significant moments and asking critical questions to really push the thinking and the interaction with the text. We also have healthy communities of practice undertaking professional book studies in these areas as well, and our team is really demonstrating and sharing this work with staff and principals and through principal PDs as well as PLCs. And as we move forward, we will include Know and Wonder to sharpen analytical skills. Additionally, we're focusing on formative assessments through brief rights and common formative assessments, which allow for timely feedback and adjustments in teaching methods. These assessments help in identifying student needs early and providing targeted instruction to improve learning outcomes. So in math, our focus has been on signature math strategies, which really include 3 key components. The warm-up phase serves as a starting point by engaging students and fostering collaborative mathematical discourse. This initial segment sets the tone for the lesson and primes students for active participation. The second component, problem solving, includes unpacking, solving, and reviewing weekly word problems utilizing the 3-read protocol. This approach enhances critical thinking skills by working on conceptual understanding to encourage really just a deep learning of the mathematical concepts. Lastly, the progress monitoring stage emphasizes the importance of formatively checking in on students' understanding to help plan for future lessons. So the statement that you see there at the bottom, practice does not make perfect, it makes permanent, which I love, underscores really the significance of cultivating really the problem-solving skills versus just focusing on rote memory. So now we'll share about iReady and how we as a, whoa, what happened there? Oh, sorry. Let me go back. Sorry. And yes, and Rosanna will share a little bit more about what we're doing academically to support our foster youth, foster and subgroups. Sorry about that. No problem. I just kept on going.
Let me see. Sorry. And so we want to make sure that we are addressing the needs of our subgroups. The academic indicator, we do want to make sure we address kind of where our students are with our foster youth and our McKinney students. The academic indicator for our foster youth subgroup population included, and this is really important for us to know, it included the students who are identified as foster youth at any point in the school year, were in 3rd through 8th grade, and took the SBAC assessment. And so on this particular case, there are 36 students in the subgroup, and in this case, but it's important to note that not all of these students in the category were monitored because they weren't identified until after they took the assessment. So we have some students, even like those 11 that became foster youth between April 25th and May 31st, they are not in this subgroup. And so they're not in this subgroup that were supported through this targeted intervention, but they received other interventions. So students identified as foster youth in our district received ongoing monitoring and supports in the areas of academic need, specifically in English language arts and math. And then we have compiled some data related to the performance of our monitored students, foster youth students on last year's SBAC. So the monitored students demonstrated notable growth in ELA. The average student, sorry, let me look. The difference between the average ELA distance from standard of monitored foster students is an overall, in this overall subgroup was 21 points higher than the overall foster youth subgroup. That's huge. The difference between the average math distance from standard of monitored students to the overall foster youth subgroup for math was 23.4. That's incredible. So we realize that monitoring works are supporting our students and making sure we're providing targeted interventions work. So our comprehensive support for all our foster youth students in the areas of basic need, attendance, social emotional well-being, and academic needs have yielded positive results. As we can see with chronic absenteeism, there was a decrease of 7.5% for our students that we were able to support and monitor. For ELA, there was 25 points higher for our monitored students versus the overall subgroup. In math, 23.4 points. So these outcomes demonstrate the effectiveness of our interventions. So as we move forward, we're obviously committed to combating chronic absenteeism because we need to get our students to school. If our students, we can have the best curriculum, we can have the best teachers, we can have the best things, but if the students aren't here, they're not here to receive it. So we're so committed to doing that. So our comprehensive approach includes tailored supports, monitoring, community partnerships, mental health and emotional supports, continuous improvement and training of our school staff. And I just want to highlight our strategic partnerships with the community, such as the Hub and Providence St. Jude, which has provided us with an additional $340,000 to hire 3 social services assistants to support our foster youth, our families experiencing homelessness, and chronic absenteeism. And so the takeaways and our actions, some things that we learned is we need to know which students are experiencing homelessness. That's critical. We have to, once a student maybe exits the foster system but remains in our district, we need to continue to monitor. We need to simplify the processes so we know where our data lives, because sometimes they live in several different places, and so we're continuing to work with collecting all the data into one place. We continue to support our families through outreach, and we're constantly looking at data, so many data points, Illuminate, iReady, SRSSIE, Rethink Ed, and so many other things that I know the teachers are using. And so we want to make sure that we continue to support our students, and you know that we've learned, but we've made a difference as well.
Nice.
And so, and I'm going to be, is it sung? Okay. Julie Brandon and Tammy Camarada are going to be coming up to share a little bit about our students with disabilities.
Before you go, Rosanna, I think it's really critical that our community understands when we say students experiencing homelessness, that that's a very broad definition. Could you explain a little bit more about McKinney-Vento and the fact that you don't have to be sleeping on the streets in order to receive these same supports and targeted efforts?
Absolutely. So there are pretty much two definitions of homelessness. There's the HUD definition of homelessness, which pretty much literally is you don't have a roof over your head. You might be living in a park or at a bus stop. And then there's the McKinney-Vento definition. So many of our students qualify for the McKinney-Vento definition. It could be that you are couch surfing. You're going from place to place. It could be that you're in a home that is not meant for habit. So you're in a garage that's not permitted, that doesn't have running water. So places like that. Additionally, it could be a family of a two-bedroom house that has 15 people. The house wasn't made for that. There aren't supposed to be that many people in that home, and it's precarious, because if the landlord were to find that there are 15 people in this home, that next day they could be kicked out. And so the McKinney-Vento definition really provides a lot of safeguards to our families, and they provide so many resources. They have right to transportation. Here in Fullerton School District, we have the Hub, which provides hygiene products and clothing. We just provided a ton of families at Rolling Hills clothing for the science camp, because maybe they might be able to go to the science camp, or even we can even after school programs. So our students, we receive funds specifically to support our McKinney-Vento students, even to participate in speech and debate, even to get the clothing for speech and debate. After school programs, maybe there's baseball and they don't have the funds. We can provide transportation. We can provide them access to get in. And so it's really kind of an amazing resource that the federal government has provided for us. And so, and we are working with partners to educate them, as well as this year, actually every year, we train our teachers on what does it mean and how to identify students who are McKinney-Vento and what are the resources they can get.
Thank you. I think that's important for clarifying and also removing the stigma so that families get the support they need and not feel shame or reasons to stay away from those opportunities.
Hi, good evening, School Board, President Talavera, Dr. Plecka, and Executive Cabinet. My name is Tammy Camarada, and I am the new Director of Special Education, and it's nice to meet you all. Thank you. So Student Support Services analyzes a wide range, let me put my glasses on so I can see, a wide range of data to know how that we can best support all of our stakeholders, which is our students, it's our teachers, it's our families, it's our parents, and our psychologists, who play a big role in this as well too. So for our students, they're our why. They're the reason why we come to work every day and why we do everything. So we provide support to the students in progress monitoring. This is crucial because some of our kiddos have one IEP goal, some have 15. So we want to make sure that we stay on top of that. Our teams write IEP goals, they provide the accommodations, modifications, and they ensure access to the core curriculum and mental health as well as behavior supports. We also want to make sure that we are supporting our students in the least restrictive environment that best meets their needs. Our teachers. So our teachers were surveyed utilizing the SPED committee and the Job Alike teams. They have been trained in all curricular areas from our TOSA, our Teacher on Special Assignment, for each job alike. So our RSP teachers, our SDC, speech, as well as preschool. Behavior support to teachers. This is an ongoing support, and this team is amazing. Our behavior support team assists all of our school sites. They provide training, they provide modeling, consultation, strategies, as well as materials for the teachers and the instructional assistants, so they are ready to support all behavior issues as any arise. They run towards the problem, and they are invaluable support to all of our teams. We've also trained, as of January 8th, 148 staff members in NCI training, our non-crisis intervention training. So that's amazing how many staff members we have trained so far. Our program coordinators and our program specialists, they staff with the IEP team, so with the teachers, the school psychs, everybody that's a part of the IEP team on the high-profile IEP meetings. They visit their school sites so that way they can support the teachers, the psychs, the related service providers, and the admin. They facilitate some of these high-profile IEP meetings if they have advocates and attorneys. And the coordinators and specialists, they also meet weekly with their school psychs, so that way they can disseminate any information that they need to with them, or they can collaborate on any upcoming high-profile IEPs and answer any questions and just be that additional support to our school psychs.
Good evening, everybody. So we look at a lot of different sources of data when we're problem solving and trying to plan for next steps to support all of our stakeholders. So when you're looking at school psychologists specifically, we look at California Department of Education reports, a model called EDS, which looks at disproportionality, and system improvement leads. And so we take that information, and one of the things that we noticed is that we need to fine tune in the areas when we're doing our initial and triennial assessments, in the areas of determining if English learners are having difficulty with language acquisition versus an actual learning disability. So what we've done is we've implemented this training to support our school psychologists to make sure that students are accurately assessed and identified. We're going to continue to look at this area to ensure that we're not over-identifying students, because that is something that we're monitored on at a state level. So with supporting our parents, in May of 2023, for our categorical improvement monitoring report, we needed to do a parent survey. So it's always wonderful to see how our parents think that we're doing, meeting our own district goals. And so we surveyed parents of students with IEPs, and overwhelmingly they reported that overall the families are very happy with their school sites, their IEP teams. But the survey did suggest that parents are interested in more parent ed. So Student Support Service is hosting this year 2 parent education evenings. Our first topic is the ABCs of IEPs. See what we did there? In February, and we're having another evening in April, and so we look forward to working with our families there. So as you can see, our division, we support a wide variety of stakeholders to make sure that students with IEPs are receiving the support they need to access the curriculum and succeed at the highest levels.
Home stretch here. Really, this slide really shares how we as a district use the data to inform decisions related to instruction and targeted supports. Excuse me. The iReady diagnostic test is administered 3 times a year. The first test is a baseline data. The second test is administered about halfway at about the halfway mark of the school year. It was administered right before winter break. And the third test is administered after spring break, right before state testing. So with district support, principals and teachers use the iReady data to really guide their instruction, and also to identify supports that are needed and which students really need that support. So for example, teachers are able to provide target instruction to a small group of students with similar needs. So here's a screenshot of a report in iReady. And by the way, the students listed there are just, they're fake names. They come from iReady, so they're not our students. But it provides a recommended list of students in each group, along with their data broken down by domain. And lastly, at the bottom, the instructional priorities for each of the different groups. Teachers and administrators are also able to use the iReady data to quickly identify students performing below grade level, as well as areas of strength and weaknesses by domain. This can be disaggregated by school as well as grade level. So from there, they're able to then develop an instructional plan by identifying areas of focus moving forward. And here is how our students are performing so far based on the mid-year iReady data. So this table shows a comparison how this year's students are performing compared to last year's students. In ELA, our students have a higher distance from standard at the mid-year point compared to last year's students. This is also the same case for each grade level except for grade 7, where the DFS is the same as last year. So in looking at this data, we can say that our students this year are performing at a higher level than students from last year. Since the iReady data is highly correlated to the SBAC test, we anticipate that our scores on this year's SBAC test should be favorable if we continue to keep on that same progress and that momentum that we've seen so far this half year.
So I have a question.
Yes.
I'm so sorry to bug you. On the first line, 23, 24,
Mhm.
it says minus 26, but it's really plus 26.
So the iReady DFS is not the same number that you would see on the SBAC test. They kind of have their own way of calculating. So the way that you would look at this, and keep in mind this is only at the half-year point,
Right.
midway point. So from the baseline data from the beginning of this year to D2, we would have seen that growth as well. But currently, this is where our students are at on their DFS. It's at minus
Okay,
26.
So they're minus from what?
Oh, on average, students are scoring 26 points below what they need to be considered proficient
For
on the
proficient at that
iReady
grade
test.
level?
Yes,
In May.
yes, yes.
Could
And
be
you can see
June
the
if we
biggest
started later.
the biggest piece is really that last column where we're looking at how are our students performing this year compared to how our students are performed last year.
Thank you. So they're almost there. Thank you.
So looking at math, we see the same trend. This year's math DFS is higher than last year's by 2 points. This is also the case. By grade level, with the exceptions of grades 5 and 7, where the DFS was the same last year. So similar to ELA, we anticipate favorable math SBAC scores this upcoming spring if we continue to make the same progress that we've made so far. And finally, Dr. Brown will share our next steps as a district.
Thanks. So as Sung just indicated that even though we are not where we need to be in terms of distance from standard, we continue to be the best at getting better. And that's our goal right now, is to continue to get better and be the best at getting better. So what happens now? So what? You saw the data, you saw the dashboard, now what? So what are we doing immediately? We have 2 different groups of schools that we are engaging in a process over the next 10 weeks. So we are super excited about what is coming and what we're engaging our students in and our teachers in the next 10 weeks. So the first group of schools will be engaged in what's called a Breakthrough Team Challenge. And the approach is about 3 things: results for students, building leadership capacity and collaboration, and continuous improvement. As I mentioned, we want to be the best at getting better. So we've identified 10 schools with a range of typically who are at negative 80 to about negative 50 in their DFS in ELA. And so our focus is 5th grade ELA and the schools that have made gains but are still quite a ways away overall in that grade level. So there will be 10 schools which we've identified for 10 weeks. These 10 schools will work with a performance coach, and we talked about this before. A performance coach is different from an instructional coach. So we do have our RTI coaches or RTI interventionists that are a part of each team. However, there will be a performance coach that is a part of this group that continues to meet with the teams every week to make sure they're meeting their goals. And all the goals are set by the school teams. We really want to make sure that the school teams take ownership of their data, take ownership of their successes, as well as their failures. And iterative results quickly to make changes quickly. So the teams will formulate SMART goals, and then they will develop the skills that the students need to address the root causes and overcome these obstacles during the program and beyond. So that's the Breakthrough Team Challenge. The second is what's called the collaborative inquiry cycle. So there are another group of schools that are not a part of the Breakthrough Team Challenge, but they will be a part of a collaborative inquiry cycle with the Ed Leadership Team as well as Dr. Pletka. These groups will be in a 7-week challenge, and they will focus on 3rd grade math and 5th grade ELA. Dr. Bob really wanted us to focus on 2 specific grade levels, and we really wanted to highlight 2 different areas where we wanted to grow in those areas. As far as junior high, it'll be 7th grade across the board. So 7th grade for ELA, 7th grade for math. And as you can see, it's similar to the Breakthrough Teamwork. Teams of 4 to 6 members. Each team will be matched with a respective coach or lead. They will formulate their SMART goals. They will meet weekly to review their data, what strategies they're using, share their successes, what's working in their classroom, so we can share best practices, because we know there's a lot of great things going on in our classrooms, and we need to be able to celebrate those and share that. And once again, just iterate quickly to achieve results and show what's working with our students. The teams will meet principals will meet weekly with myself and Dr. Bob. The first meeting will be just a whole group to go over what the process is, and then we'll meet on Zoom for 30 minutes a week to go over their successes and reflect. And so with that, that's the next immediate steps. But we've given you a lot, but as Hilda mentioned, we really want to celebrate what's going right in Fullerton. So I don't have my theme music because Phil's not ready, but it would be cool in the gang right now. And so I'm going to actually have Jeremy create some digital confetti to just that pops up on the website when you see it. So just imagine some confetti just popping up right now. Okay, there it is. So compared to all California districts, and remember there's over 900, we are in the top 16% in chronic absenteeism. We're in the top 21% in English language arts. We are in the top 18% in mathematics. And then compared to districts that are similar to ours with low-income students and EL enrollments, we're in the top 10% in English language arts and math. So there is a lot to be proud of and highlight and celebrate in FSD. Not to mention that we finished this presentation at 8:33, so super excited about that. More digital confetti. All right, at this time, I would like to say thank you. Oh wait, I have one more celebration. See, I'm giving you more here. Okay, all schools, we want to say all schools, this is a testament to our teachers and our principals and their staff, have made growth from the beginning of the year to the middle of the year in iReady in all grade levels and student groups. I don't like to use the word subgroups. That means they're below. So student groups have all made progress from the beginning to the middle. Overall, FSD students this year have higher scores than last year's students in ELA. 11 schools have higher scores than last year. So remember, we're the best at getting better. In math, 14 schools have higher scores than last year. So continuing to be the best at getting better. That's what Fullerton School District does. And so we just want to say thank you to all of our amazing presenters and all the work that they're doing to continue to advance Fullerton and support our teachers and our schools. So thank you. Oh, more confetti. Anna said. Okay, there you go.
Thank you so much.
Questions?
Yeah.
Sorry.
I know I'm bringing it back, but yeah, I wanted to thank you all, thank your team for the amazing presentation there. Yeah, comments, questions from the board at this time? Okay.
I'll start. with the beginning, and then maybe folks can jump in on each section as we go, if that makes sense, kind of addressing each portion of it. That's a lot. It's a lot of information to take in. It's a lot of work that's gone into achieving those results. And so, first of all, I just want to appreciate that. Thank you. And even just putting the report together. Thank you. I'm struck by Dr. Morris's statement. Truancy was the first crime of 70% of those incarcerated. I'm still mulling over that. And what does that mean for us as we look at suspension rates? And not to rain on the confetti, but I'm wondering about, I want to ask a hard question. And I hadn't thought about it till now, so I didn't give you guys the time for a heads up. But we're looking at, I know that these are societal barriers, difficulties that our kids are facing, that they're coming to our schools with. But when we look at our kids in foster care and homelessness and disabilities, those are the kids that are being suspended, right? They're also the ones that are chronically absent. How, are those issues connected? Do they overlap? That's my question, and maybe you need to come back with that answer, because if you are suspended from school, are you then less likely to come willingly at a different point? How does that change the dynamic? And I know our board goal 5.1 talks about reconciliation circles and that welcoming back of our kids. And I'm just curious, I want to dig into what does it look like if those same groups are being leaving our classrooms and not coming to our classrooms. And I know a lot of it's about parents and the role that they play, but I'd like to learn more about that. Is that something we can dig into maybe at a different point?
Absolutely. So as Chad, Dr. Hammett mentioned, with our behavior team, support team that we meet every month, and the work continues. It's not going to stop anytime soon, because we definitely have to address the needs of students. We definitely, we know most likely we cannot teach what we don't see, who we don't see, and we also cannot teach the trauma affected student as well. So our goal is to make sure that we are creating and putting practices, matrices in place to be able to support our teachers with trauma-informed practices. Also, how to best support our teachers with behavior support plans. What does that look like through the special education process, the IEP process? What does that look like for our homeless and foster youth? What does that look like for our chronic absenteeism students? And basically meeting families where they are. So our goal is to really put together this team, and we are welcome to people that want to work and join the team, because the more ideas we have, the better, especially with people who are boots on the ground and experiencing firsthand some of the things that we don't always see in the classroom, but that we hear about. So absolutely, there are studies that show that they are all correlated, and we know typically when you don't do well in third grade in some of these categories, by ninth grade you're a dropout, or by ninth grade or 12th grade you're not graduating. So we really want to make sure we get ahead of it before we send them on to the Fullerton Joint Union School District, and we begin to put those practices and matrices in place that will support teachers with best instruction and building relationships with our students.
Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I do have a question, something we don't have in our report. And that is, it says California Dashboard and District Programs. There is nothing in here that talks about, and it may be just a whole separate thing, but proving that our children who go to schools with special programs, whether it's dual immersion or all the arts or gifted, how are they performing? I mean, there's always this emphasis on these students with many issues, but I want to know how the other children are performing. We have under 200 students who are foster youth. We have many more than that who are in our gifted program or in our arts program, and we're not talking about them. And I know that equitable means giving every child what they need, but I want to be sure we're giving those students what they need, because they also deserve what they need. So probably a different discussion, but I'd like to know ultimately how are they succeeding? Is a dual immersion program worthwhile? I think at least 3 people on this board would say so. Is a gifted program worthwhile? Are our cluster schools doing as well as our students not in cluster? Are our children in arts programs learning English quicker than those who are not in arts schools? You know, that type of thing. Because I want our public to know we care about all of our students and we look at all of their success. And while I'm super proud of the success in what we've seen tonight, I still want to know about those children. Thank you.
Thank you, Hilda. Absolutely. And Sung can extrapolate that data outside.
I'm so sorry, Sung.
Sorry, I'm giving Sung more. He can extrapolate that data outside of the state indicators because those are actually specific to individual districts as opposed to what the state looks at.
Right.
Yeah.
I just had a broad comment to say thank you to everybody that presented, and this is so much information, but I'm excited about the future, and I know that we've sort of switched between our board goals from last year to now, and there's a new focus, and I like the direction that we're going in, and I'm so grateful for the information, and I do like that we're addressing our most vulnerable families. I mean, that's what I'm seeing here, is that we've got a concerted effort to address the issues for some of our students that are having a hard time maybe getting in their seat in the classroom where they can just think about school. And so, you know, I'm excited about the future. Thank you.
So I have another question. I really want to commend the work that's been done to focus on our children that are in foster care systems. And I know that the next step is kind of to expand that to those experiencing homelessness. And we see that it makes a difference, right, when we are focused on them. And I wanted to say, Tammy, congratulations on your new role. And I'm curious, now that you're in this position, are there lessons we can learn from that targeted focus, and what would be your goals? I mean, I know we have like a English learner dashboard that shows where kids are at, and each principal can know, okay, I'm going to focus on this group because I can make the most progress this year, right, to reclassify. Do you have similar thoughts about goals and dashboards where if you target and focus, we could see some progress so that our kids aren't in, you know, the lower scores? Maybe next year we can see some growth.
So yeah, we want to look at the disproportionality, obviously, with our Hispanic students being overqualified with SLD, and we're going to be going around to all of the school sites to kind of be specific and intentional with each school site to see what supports they need, see how everything is going there, and what we can offer to each individual school site and the programs that they have at each school site. So. Yeah,
that's encouraging.
We're going to start talking to the principals about that tomorrow.
All
actually,
right.
Just like getting those meetings on the calendar. Yeah.
Principals are, okay, one more thing. So on that topic, I know when we approved the contracts for the additional funding for, I believe it's for the 10 schools,
Yep.
coaching and that process that's going to be happening, we talked about the compensation that would be for teachers for any extra hours. I know principals unfortunately don't get paid by the hour, right? But are we that's still true for any extra hours that are expected of our staff, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So we know there is much of the work that's going to happen in the collaborative inquiry cycle and breakthrough teamwork is work that's already happening in the classroom. However, to be able to dig deeper with the data and look at what is working and what needs to be improvised and changed is going to take a little bit of time. So we are paying teachers that extra compensation to meet after school in their teams when necessary, when they see fit, and they plan that time together to be able to discuss their breakthrough teamwork. So yes, absolutely.
I hope that, you mentioned, Hilda, about those other elements that make a difference, right, and progress of students, especially academically, whether that's social emotional support, arts, a reason to come to school that kids are excited about. it could be our diversity, equity, inclusion, that representation, seeing themselves in the literature that they're reading. I hope that those things show up in that inquiry process. Is there room for those kind of conversations of not just what does our English, math teaching look like, but how do those other things that we're investing in support our kids academically too?
The narrative will really be told by the teachers, because at the end of the day, it's their work that and their time that they're putting into this collaborative process. So as they begin to tell the stories of their kids and their successes, they're going to be able to show us what's working, how they move students along over this course of next 10 weeks. What does that progress monitoring look like and entail? What does that collaborative process look like? So we're just really hoping that organically this comes out of the work that they're doing, and they'll be able to speak to the stories of their students and the successes in their classrooms.
Sure, that's awesome. It just sounds like that qualitative analysis will be really important for us to see, you know, is it those what we think of sometimes as extra that's really making a difference in that academic progress, which I know the teachers could tell us it does make a difference, right? When kids feel supported and seen and excited about school, they're going to read the stories, right?
Absolutely.
And grow that way. So thank you.
Anyone else? All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Brown and your team. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
For that presentation. We'll move on to our last item for administrative report, Dr. Hammett. This is for the first reading of pupil attendance calendar for the 2025-2026 school year.
Yes, thank you. One of the things that we do here in the Fullerton School District, which helps us be very successful, is we plan far ahead on our calendars. And so as soon as the high school district completes their calendar, then we turn around and put our calendar committee together, which is a committee comprised of administrators, members from FETA, members from CSEA, and parents. And we look at our calendar and we form a calendar so that staff, parents, students can know 2 years in advance what's coming. It also allows us to form and create programs. So tonight, we're not taking a vote on this calendar, but we are presenting for a first read, the 25-26 calendar. Just a few highlights for that year. The first day of school would be August 11th, and the last day of school would be May 29th. There's a winter break that runs the 22nd of December through the 2nd, or actually it runs through the 5th. Students actually don't return till the 6th of January. And then there's a spring break, which runs March 16th through 20th. This calendar is aligned to the high school, which ensures that parents who have children in both the high school district and the elementary district are able to take vacations and able to plan time. We also know, as we talk about chronic absenteeism, if parents have to make a decision, do I send my kids to high school or to elementary school, and those calendars don't align, parents have clearly told us in the committee the high school attendance would take priority over the elementary in their planning process. So we present this to you. If you have any feedback or input, I can receive that now, or you can send it to us over the next month before we come to the next board meeting.
Hilda, any feedback?
Hilda wants to know if you
Pretty soon we'll
asked.
get out of school on May 1st, and then I'll have a problem doing my golf tournament.
Hilda wants to know if you asked them if they could start in September.
They've never given us proof that by starting in August, their academic tests have improved.
Right, and I understand.
And we're putting families in the heat of the summer when most of the kids are out at, some children go to camp through August, till mid-August. And we're denying our families those opportunities. Some businesses close down for part of August so that families can have vacations and get together. We are denying those opportunities to our families. But I understand we're falling in line with the high school because they're not going to listen to us. But maybe they will. Maybe at some point they'll actually say, let's see if we can do a better compromise. kids have been in school for 11 and 12 years before they take those tests in high school, and a week or two is difficult to believe makes that much of a difference. On the other hand, I've heard the argument that testing is done by the end, by mid-May, and so what's the point to continue in school? Okay. And our children have to align with them. If they're 8th graders going into high school and they want to play sports or take summer school classes, we can't extend a week or two because those classes have already started. I do understand all of that, but I don't think it's a give and take. I think it's been taking a long time. Yeah. Thanks, Bev. You turned me on.
I'm with you.
I wasn't going to say a word.
I wanted you to feel heard.
No.
All right, and we will be bringing this calendar back to the next board meeting for a vote. So,
You know what I would say? If there are any people left out there listening to this board meeting online, and they feel that they would like school to start later, they should write some letters, either to me or to the high school district, and show that it's not just one voice in the wind, that there really are people who don't like this. That's all.
thank you.
Thank you. So with that, any further or future items from the board to be added to any of the future agenda?
I want to bring back a conversation that we had over August when we had the superintendent closed session on superintendent review. We talked about this idea of sort of a larger FSD specific dashboard, which kind of gets at the questions you were asking today about how are we making investments in art, in GATE, in social emotional learning, all of the ways that we are investing as a district. And I've been thinking about that because we had this big presentation and there's a lot of focus on the state expectations, right, that we are required to and parents expect us to be accountable for. But we also have other goals that we care deeply about and we put money and time into that we don't necessarily see in connection to all of these things. You know, it's hard when we get a presentation on SEL and then we get another one on the arts and then we get another one on English and math to see them in the wholeness that they are, right? Which is what I know a teacher does every single day. She weaves or he weaves them all together, but as a board, we sort of get pieces of them. And so I'm wondering if we still are interested in that, of putting this bigger context around the work that our district does. I don't want to put extra work. I mean, I'm conscientious. It is more time and effort, especially of our leadership team, to kind of bring all those pieces together. Maybe Sung's already going to do it based on Hilda's request. But could we put them in balance where we can have that discussion of like how much energy is going into art? Is it having an impact in reading? And, you know, seeing that picture. That's something we as a team talked about when we were in discussion in August. And I wondered if that's something that I think we could ask to have during the superintendent review again this August. But I also think it's of value to the community to see that big picture. So I'm wondering if it's something that could be shared publicly once it's sort of created, whether that's at the superintendent's review or.
Is that something that you can include with the LCAP? When we're talking about the LCAP and you're talking about, I mean, can you weave it in there? I mean, it's part of the programs that we support through our LCAP and through our budget.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's
So yes, you know, we can find ways to do it. I think I'm curious to understand, like, what would that look like? And particularly like drilling down. So a dashboard, you know, so if you think of it physically, a dashboard, kind of like what we just saw, but you could have different elements. You could have things like the area of the arts, you could have social emotional. If you then drill down, in the case of the state dashboard, it has certain indicators.
Yeah, and just from standard, which there is no standard for arts education.
So you would have to say, in your mind, what are the things that are important that you would want to use as an indicator? And the indicator doesn't have to be data, right? I mean, an indicator can be qualitative pieces. I mean, it's going to be hard to capture. Let's say, let's look at a piece of artwork. You know, that has value. It doesn't get reduced to a 1 and a 0. It doesn't get reduced to a number.
But
So-
knowing how many children got art classes throughout the school year might give us an indicator of our progress in
So I
delivering
think
art
that's
education.
what I would need. Like,
Yeah.
what is it? If you did the dashboard, you could use your 6 goals. You could talk about those. So you could reduce a
5.
goal into some sort of dashboard. You could have colors or you could have numbers. But then I think the most important piece is what then would you want as a board to include as indicators? And again, I'm not saying it doesn't have to be a number, but what would be
I
those
know what
important
I
things?
want.
Okay.
I know what I want. I want to know, children are a gifted program. They're supposed to be the top 5 to 8%. Okay. Where are they performing in state tests? I mean, if they're down at the 60th percentile, I'm concerned. Do they perform, when we have days of art, is attendance up?
I think you're.
Is there better attendance on art days when we talk about absenteeism?
Yeah, I mean, I think yours is actually a very simple piece. I think I saw Sung writing down. So I think we can do that. I think, though, if you're
I'm looking for something, we saw that when children are mentored, they did much better with our foster youth. That sort of addresses SEL, so I'm sort of happy with that. And we could break that down a million ways, but we've already seen a number that shows us that mentoring makes a difference and that addressing SEL makes a difference. So I'm worried about our other programs. Art, we have 2 designated art schools. Are the children seeming to come to school more at a less absentee rate at those 2 schools than maybe at comparative schools? Are they happier? You know what I mean? That type of thing. We spend money on it. I want to know if the money's worth spending. Kate, I want to know if the money's worth spending. Dual language. Is their percentage of attendance higher? You'd expect it because parents have put their kids in a special program and they've bought into it. But their attendance, their academic success, we hear it is. We've heard that over the last 6 years. But we want to know for sure. Are they performing higher maybe than if they weren't in such a program? I don't know. That type of thing. Is our money being spent in a good way? And not just it feels good. You know, it feels good to do art. It feels good to say your grandson is in a GATE program. It feels good to say my child can now speak Spanish. But is the money well spent? And you might say it's well spent if it just makes kids happier, families happier, and I would go with that. But what are we learning from these programs?
So
That's all.
I think for me, it would still be like clarity. I understand the point about specific questions about specific groups, but I'm understanding Ruthie to be actually asking for something slightly different. So maybe that's just a topic to find out what is it that you would want, and do you even want this do you want the goals even turned into a dashboard like this, like physical, or you're just looking for specific data? So maybe that's just a discussion from the board, is like what is it you want to see? So maybe that's just a
Communicate.
Well, maybe we can take a few more minutes. I was hoping we'd be done by 9, but I liked what Hilda was saying about maybe what's working or what seems to really be popping out. And then I thought about what Ruthie was asking about, and maybe this is more of a discussion where at the end of the school year, it's almost like a look back.
Like a State of the Union.
A snapshot of different things. Maybe some data points of how many students are getting music, how many students are receiving some art instruction, hours maybe. It goes to maybe Hilda's point. But then once you have that data, sort of an analysis of, these students that we looked at a few of the students that are doing all the arts, and we just found these really great connections. This seems to be like, this is a student who under tonight's presentation was chronically absent, did have fallen to one of the more marginalized or underserved subgroups, student groups. But with this year of some of these new programs that they saw and these new interventions, this really worked for that student. I don't know. I think that's sort of I think it goes to Hilda's question. We do all these great things, and what is really working, maybe? But like an end of the year kind of.
So Dr. Bob, can I say something? So I think ultimately what you guys are asking for is program efficacy. Ultimately, what are we getting out of the programs, and what is the overlap in terms of the students' success and participating in the programs, and how does it correlate with their getting them to school and also raising their student achievement? Is there a correlation? So I think you don't necessarily need a dashboard to look at student efficacy, because that, like you said, that just is a matter of us saying, hey, these are these programs, these are the students who are participating in it. Yes, it will take some time to extrapolate that information because there's a lot of crossover in terms of who participates in what, but I think if we can start tracking the information early, and knowing who those kids are in those particular buckets, we'll be able to match the efficacy with the achievement.
I would say too, so we have some things here, it's recorded, we can go back to the things that you suggested, but maybe send me, what are the things that you're interested in? Because I think yes, I heard some things here, but if you're saying that really at the end of the year we want to see these things, well, what is it you want to see? And so to be able to deliver something like, what does that look like? What is it? Yes, I heard GATE. Yes, I heard the arts, and those sorts of impacts. But maybe as simple as, can you send me an email with the sorts of things you'd like to see? And then we can kind of put it together.
I think it was something we discussed in August. I didn't want to lose that thought because I think we all agreed in that putting it, like even if it's just it's not full picture. Obviously, we're not going to go deep into all these things, but putting them all together, I think we get a bigger appreciation for all the work that our students are doing, that our staff are doing, and where we're prioritizing. And I think for me, I'd also like to think about, I know it's going to overlap, but like funding, how much are we spending on arts versus in English instruction? Maybe they overlap too much to even tease that out. But is mental health, if we see increase in mental health funding, do we see major growth in other academic areas? Then I want to put more money in that if that's making a difference. So I think there is an element of sort of, again, looking at what's making a difference, and then how, and I know that's challenging, but I think even for us to just puzzle over and look at what changes did we make this last year, what growth do we see, could they be correlated, could they be related, and have that conversation, I think, as a board, because we usually get it in pieces.
There is subtle differences though between, let's say, comparative of programs. So I'm going to look at these 5 programs, and I'm going to see which one is more effective. That's different.
No, that's not
That's different than these are the areas that we'll say the 6 goals. Within the goals, you have sub goals or objectives, and then those objectives can be the efficacy of those objectives can be determined using data. And so in that case, what are those, I guess, objectives within your larger goal that you would like to see data? But that's not the same as a comparative.
Not looking for comparative.
Okay.
I just want to know, standing independently, does this math program work? We're not comparing it with everything else in the world, just is it working for us?
Okay.
Is this art program, is this working for us? And, they just gave $95,000 from all the arts. Is this program worthy of, that's what I mean. Just independently, is our GATE program doing good things for kids? Is it worth it?
I think it's specific to our district, I think, is what I'm getting.
Nothing to do with anybody else.
Yeah, no one else. I think it's for us to be able to highlight or even just kind of look back and reflect on.
So this is good. So I'm having you I'm trying to tease out what you're looking for. So typically, if you're looking for outcomes, you're going to look at what we say, outcomes for students, for GATE students, for gifted students, or talented, or whatever it is, or outcomes for attendance, or outcomes for safety, or whatever it is. That's not necessarily when we talk about outcome data is not necessarily the same as is this the thing that's producing that outcome? And I would almost say at this point, again, we need to hire a researcher to do that. But if we're just going to say, hey, did our special ed, let's look at a like student achievement piece related to SPED. How about parent sense of engagement? So that's an outcome. There may be 5 things that we're doing that yields it. And it's like, are you asking for us then to look at the 5 things or to say, here is the outcome? We do have let's make this up. We have a 90% engagement with our parents. They feel connected. They feel a sense of belonging. That outcome is different than saying, okay, what produced the outcome? The truth is, it's probably 14 different things.
What got them to be engaged?
Yeah. So those are slightly different. Maybe just think.
We'll send you our notes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we can do that. Work in progress. But I mean, definitely open for a discussion. I think maybe if we can carve out some time for a discussion like this.
Yeah, this is
in the near future. I think that's what I'm kind of understanding as well too.
I'm happy with that.
All right, awesome. So with that, we're gonna wrap up my first full meeting. 9:07.
Okay, one final thing. This is for our parents and any staff who wants to participate. We are encouraging parents to take a 40-day reading challenge with their kids. Go home, set aside some time to read with your children, 15 minutes to 30 minutes. And not social media reading, but it'd be great. Actually, good old-fashioned books are fantastic. Old-fashioned newspaper can work as well, but we are encouraging families to read together, and we're encouraging parents to read to their children. Or if you have older kids and that's not cool, you could just all read in the same room together. That would be awesome. And ask questions after reading. So encouraging parents, read with your kids. I'm going to be doing the 40-day reading challenge as well. I'll have a cup of coffee in my hand, reading something, and I'll post up FSD Learns. So.
They can read in any language.
Yeah, and they can read. You can read in any language, multiple languages. So.
You can read the board agenda.
You hear that? Challenge. I think challenge accepted.